This is a web page built using only the HTML. And with just a few lines of CSS code, everything changes. We have here the same HTML structure as before, but now it's actually styled. Welcome to the CSS full course. In this course, we're going to cover everything, from the absolute basics all the way to building fully styled and responsive web pages. But before that, let's understand what CSS actually is. CSS stands for Cascading Style Sheets. If HTML is the skeleton of a web page, CSS is everything that makes it actually look good. Colors, fonts, spacing, layout, and animations, literally everything visual on a website comes from the CSS. Now, before we go further, let's clear up a few things CSS is not. CSS is not a programming language. There is no logic, no loops, no conditions. It's purely a styling language, and CSS can't add structure to a page. That's HTML's job. CSS only styles what's already there. So here's everything we're going to cover in this course. We will start with the basics, with selectors, colors and units. Then we will go deep into the box model, including margins, paddings, borders and box sizing. After that, we will jump to layout, display, positioning, flexbox and grid. Then we will look at visual effects like shadows and transitions. And finally, animations and CSS variables, also including responsive design with media queries. By the end of this course, you will be able to take any plain HTML page and turn it into something that actually looks professional. Alright, let's get started. In this video, we're going to cover the 3 ways to add CSS to an HTML page. The 3 ways are the inline, the internal, and the external way. By the end of this video, you will know exactly which one to use and when. So let's first start with the inline CSS. Here, as you can see, I have an HTML file called index.html and I have an h1 tag here saying welcome to my website. As you can see on the right, this is the h1 tag. So let's start with inline CSS. This is the first method. This means adding CSS directly onto an HTML element using the style attribute. So I will come here to this h1 tag and click style, like that. And here, as you can see, I can add some styling to this element. So I will just add color. I will change its color, make it to blue, for example. And now, if I click save, as you can see, now welcome to my website h1 tag become blue. So notice the syntax. We just type this attribute style to this h1 element, and it's good to know that style attribute, you can add it to every element on this HTML page. And the syntax goes like this. We just type this style attribute, then equals, then we open these quotes, and then inside those quotes we input the style we want. For example, we have this color style and then we give the value for this color. Also, we can give some more style here after these semicolons. For example, with this semicolon we finish this first style, and after them we can give some other style. For example, font size, let's say here, and let's make it, for example, 40 pixels, and click save. So as you can see, this text become larger, and that's inline CSS. As you can see, this works very fine, but it's generally considered bad practice because it only affects one single element. And if you want to style, for example, 10 h1 tags in the same way, you would have to repeat this code 10 times. For example, if I have this code here like 4 times or 3 times, and remember, if I don't have this, for example, let me delete these styles here. So in order to use this way of adding CSS, I would have to write this style and this font size 4 times here. So we would have to repeat ourselves many more times. And it also mixes structure with style together, making your HTML messy and hard to maintain. So I suggest using inline CSS rarely, most for quick tests or very specific overrides. And now let's look at the internal CSS, the second method. So this means writing CSS inside the style tag placed in the head section of your HTML document. Here inside the head tag we will write style like that. And as you can see, it has an opening and a closing tag. So here we can write some style for this HTML file. So I will remove this inline CSS here in this h1 tag and click save. So as you can see right now I have 4 h1 tags, and inside this style I will just write h1 like that. So with this h1 I'll capture this h1 tag here, and I will open these brackets like that, and here I can write whatever style I want. So for example I will write here color, let's say green this time, and also I will give a font size of 40 pixels again and click save. So as you can see the text become larger because of this font size, and the color is now green. And as you can see it affects 4 h1 tags with only these 2 lines. If we used the inline CSS we would have to write that style here 4 times. This is called, as I said, the internal CSS, where you write the style tag inside the head tag. Internal CSS is useful for single page projects or quick demos, but still it has a limitation. And guess what it is? It only applies to this one HTML file. So for example, if I have some other HTML files like contact page or about page, this style would only be valuable to this index.html, and I wouldn't be able to use this style in those other pages. And that's where external CSS comes into play. So now let's use the external CSS. External CSS, it means to use the CSS in a completely separate file from this index.html. So I will just delete this style here inside the heading tag and click save. And now here I will create a new file called style.css. So as you can see, this is a completely new file separated from this index.html. And here, for example, I can write the same style as I wrote before. So for example, I will say here color, let's make it orange this time, and let's give a font size of again 40 pixels. So if I click save here, nothing will happen right now because this index.html file, it's not linked yet to this style.css. So we need to link it. So I will come here to the heading tag, and below this title I will type link like that and click enter. As you can see, it has this rel attribute. This rel attribute tells the browser that this is a style sheet, and the href points to the file path of this style.css that we will add right now. We have these 2 files in the same category here. We don't have in upper folders or like that. So we just will come here to this href and write this slash and also style.css as it suggests. And right now if I click save, as you can see, the text become larger and it took that color orange. External CSS is professional and standard for a few key reasons. First of all, it's separation from this index.html. So as you can see, we have 2 separate files. We have an index.html and we have a style.css file. So here in this style.css we can write whatever style we want. We don't need to come here to this index.html in order to write all that style, because as I said, it would become very messy. And secondly, reusability. So for example, if I wanna have another file here, let's say contact.html like that, and here I will create a new file, or let me copy all of this like that and come here, let's say here contact page like this, and I will delete this. I will just say welcome to contact page. And right now, as you can see, for example, I am linking again because from the previous page I had this link in the heading tag. And here in the contact page, if I try to open this contact page here, let's say I will copy this link here and go here again and say contact. .html like that, and if I open that, here as you can see I have only one h tag, while here in index I have 4 h1 tags. So as you can see, this is the index page and this is the contact page, but they share the same styling because we have used this style.css here in contact page, as you can see, and also here in the index page. So that's the usage of external CSS, reusability. We can use in as many files as we want. And thirdly, it's good to know that this structure, it keeps your code clean and organized, especially as projects grow larger. And from this point forward in this course, we will be using the external CSS for everything. In this video, we're going to cover the CSS syntax and the basic selectors. So how do you actually tell the CSS which elements to style? Every CSS rule has the same basic structure, so let me break it down to you. So in order to style this h1 tag, I will come here to style.css and I will type the selector h1. So this h1 is the selector and it tells the browser which element to target. In this case, it targets the h1 tag. Then we open the curly braces like this, and inside the curly braces we write a declaration. So right now we will type, for example, let's say color here, and let's give it a color of blue. In this case, we type the selector h1 tag, we open the curly braces, and here we give a property which is this color. After the property it comes the colon and then the value, which is blue, and it ends with a semicolon. So this declaration ends here, and after this declaration we can write some other declarations, some other styles. For example, I can give some other styling here, let's say font size. So font size in this case, it's a property and we need to give it a value. So let's say 40 pixels. So the 40 pixels in this case is the value, and also again it ends with this semicolon. So if I try to click save here, as you can see, this h1 tag become blue and larger. It took the font size 40 pixels as I gave it here. So right now with this h1 we have selected this h1 tag here. So this is the very basic way to select an element in the HTML. So this is the simplest type of selector, the element selector, like I have done here, and it targets every instance of a specific HTML tag on the page. So for example, right now I have two paragraphs here, as you can see, the first paragraph and the second paragraph. So if I go here below this h1 tag and type the selector, which is p in this case, for the p tag right here, we just type p and we open these curly braces, and inside we can type some style. So for example, let's give a color to red for these paragraphs and click save. So right now, as you can see, both paragraphs took this style because the selector captures every element with that selector in the HTML page. So we have two paragraphs here, and with this p selector here we captured both of them. Now let's move on with another type of selector, which is the class selector. So right now for this first paragraph I have given a class called highlight, and in order to use this class I will copy the name of this class highlight here, and I will come down here and write this dot before and then the name of the class, then open the curly braces like that. So as you can see here, in order to capture an element by class we need to type the dot before and then we type the name of the class, and inside here we can give any style we want, like we have done before. So for example, for the first paragraph let me give a color of green in this case. So if I click save here, the first paragraph, as you can see, it will become green. And remember, it's good to know that classes can be used in every element that we own. For example, I can take this class and put it on the second paragraph right here and click save. So both paragraphs now will share the same style that this highlight element gives. So I will just remove that from here right now. Also, we can give it to this h1 tag. As I said, we can give it to every element as we want. So now the h1 tag becomes green. So now let's use the ID selector. So for example, for this h1 tag I have given an ID called main title. So I will just copy this ID here and come to style here, and here below, in order to use the ID I won't use this dot as I did for the classes, but in this case I will use the hashtag and then the name of the ID. Then I will just open the curly braces like this, and here I can type some style for this h1 tag, because with this ID I have captured the h1 tag right here. So for example, if I type some style here. Let's say in this case, let's give another color. Let's make it this blue violet here. And if I try to click save here, as you can see, the h1 tag now become blue violet color. But it's good to know that we use IDs for only one unique and specific element. We should not use this ID in those other elements here. It's not very good to do that. If we want to give the same style for many elements, we will always use classes. There is also one other selector which is called the universal selector, and we can use that using the asterisk like this and open the curly braces like that. So here, for example, I will type this margin 0 and also padding 0 and click save. So for example, right now what this does is that it removes the spacing. So the h1 tag and paragraphs are very close to each other right now. And this is extremely common at the top of a real CSS file. It's called a CSS reset, and it removes the default browser spacings, and we will talk more about this when we get to the box model. But it's good to know that this asterisk, which is called the universal selector, this targets every single element on the entire page. So for example, if I try to give a color here, let's say red, in this case all the elements will become red because this asterisk captures all the elements in the HTML page. So as you can see right now, I have an h1 tag and two paragraphs, which are separate elements, but this asterisk, which is called, as I said, a universal selector, it captures everything on the page, so all of them become red, as you can see. And that's basically the syntax of CSS that you will use for every rule and for every style that you will do using the CSS. So you just type the type of selector here, which can be a universal selector, element selector like this, h1 or p tag, and also classes and IDs. As I said, classes with dots and IDs with hashtags. And then you open the curly braces, and inside that you just give a property and then the value, ending with a semicolon which ends the first declaration, and then you move on to the second declaration. In this video, we're going to cover the colors in CSS and the different ways to define a color, and also which ones you should actually use. So here, as you can see in the index.html page, I have an h1 tag saying welcome to my website, as you can see here on the browser, and I have given a class called main title. I have linked this index.html file to this CSS file here that I have, and here on this style.css I have captured that class with this dot. So here I can write some style for this h1 tag. In order to give some color to this h1 tag, you have seen this before, we just have to write that color property like this, and then we can give a color. The simplest way to add a color are the named colors. For example, red, blue, black, or whatever, yellow. So for example, let's click this blue here. And it's good to know that CSS has around 140 predefined color names you can use directly. So if I click save here, as you can see, the h1 tag becomes blue. These are very easy to read and great for quick testing, but they are limited, as I said, only about 140 options, and you can't create custom shades for real projects. So another way to add colors is the hex colors. The most common way professionals use to define a color is hex codes. A hex code starts with an hashtag and it's followed by 6 characters representing red, green and blue values. So I will just delete this blue here and I will start with an hashtag, and for now I will just give 6 more characters, which in this case they will be all 6 zeros like this. So as you can see right now, VS Code gives us what color this code shows. In this case it's black, as you can see. So I want you to understand what these 6 characters do in this case. It's good to know that hex codes always starts with an hashtag, and the first 2 zeros in this case represent the red color. The next 2 until here represent the green color, and the last 2 elements represent the blue color. Each pair ranges from 0 to F. So for example, I can write here the letter F. like this 2 times. It doesn't matter, it can be uppercase or lowercase, it will still work. As you can see, uppercase and lowercase is the same thing. So as you can see right now, this gave us the red color because the F is the maximum that you can give, and as you can see right now we have red at its maximum. The same can be done with green and also with blue, but you don't need to memorize hex codes because every design tool, including Canva or Figma, gives you the exact hex code for any color you pick. You just need to copy and paste it here in your CSS. And there is also one shorthand version where you type just 3 characters instead of 6 when each pair is repeated. So for example, as you can see here, right now we have 2 Fs and 2 zeros here and 2 zeros. So for example, in this case, when we have 2 Fs, we can just write 1 F. In the second pair we had 2 zeros, we can write only 1. And also for the third pair we had 2 zeros, we can also write 1 0. So as you can see now it gives us the same color as before. F00. I had it like this before. For example, I had 2 Fs and 2 zeros here. So as you can see, it's again the same color. So you just use that to make the hex code shorter in cases when the pairs are the same numbers. You can't do that, for example, if here it's 57 or something like that, because 5 is not equal to 7 and you can't write it as a shorthand method. They need to be the same. For example, like this. If it's 22, you can use only 1 2, and this code here can be written again like this. Color like this, and you can type it F02 like that with an hashtag before, like that, and as you can see it's completely the same color because we take 1 F from this first method, we take 1 0 and 1 2 here and put it here. So it's exactly the same. And if I click save, for example, let me comment this code out here, and if I click save here, as you can see this is a red. Also if I comment this out and give again this color, and if I click save, as you can see nothing will change because it's the same color, it's just another way to write it as a shorthand method. Now another way to write colors is the RGB, which stands for red, green and blue. It's the same concept as hex codes, but it's written as numbers from 0 to 255. So for that you will just have to write like this. You just come here to color, then you write RGB like this. So as you can see right now, this has given named color by default. So here in the red and green and blue, you can give values starting from 0 up to 255. So for example, for the red, I will say, let's say 10 like this. For the green, I will say 50. And for blue, let's say 255, which is the maximum. So as you can see right now it appears blue because we have the blue at its fullest. We have given the maximum value 255, while the red is 10 and green is 50. They are not so big numbers to compare with this 255. So that's why it gives us the blue color. But for example, if I give this 155, which is a bit less than the maximum, the blue will fade a bit because it will have a lesser value. So if I make this 55, for example, a lot less, then as you can see it goes darker. Now if I give this red color, which is the first one, I make it 100 for example, as you can see it will start looking red because red has the greater value than green and blue. So this produces the same colors, but it's just written differently. And make sure to remember that 255 is the maximum while 0 is the minimum. Now since we are here at the RGB way of writing colors, so let me save this so you can see the red color here. So we have another way to write this RGB, but actually we just type here A like this. So this A stands for alpha, which gives us the transparency, and it's a fourth value here. For example, after this 55 we give another value which starts from 0 and ends to 1. For example, I can say here 0.7, and this is useful for opacity because it makes our elements transparent and invisible. For example, if we leave it here 0, the element will be not visible anymore on the browser. If we leave it to 1, this is the maximum and it's fully visible, as you can see. But now if I give this 0.3 for example and click save, as you can see the text becomes a little bit transparent and you can't see it very good. So we need to give this another value, like for example let's say 0.8, and in this case if I click save it will become more visible. So you get the idea. This A here stands for alpha and it gives us the transparency function, and this is extremely useful for overlays, hover effects and modern UI design. And also there is one more way to write colors. So I will just delete this and type here HSL like this and click enter. So as it suggests, the first value stands for hue. Hue is the actual color and it starts from 0 to 360 degrees on a color wheel. Think of it like a wheel and you have from 0 to 360 degrees. So you can pick one number here, let's say for example 90 degree. And it's good to know that for example starting from 0 it's red, 120 degree is green and 240 degree is blue. So depending on that you can type the color here. So if I wanted to give a green color I will say 120 degrees. So this will give me a green color. Now the saturation controls how vibrant the color is from 0% to 100%. So I will just leave this 70% in this case, and the lightness controls how light or dark it is from 0% which is black to 100% which is white. So in this case I will give this 80%, which means it will be a little bit white, and as you can see it gives us a color green. As I said 120 was a green, but now with a saturation of 70% and a lightening of 80%. So for example if I give this 100% it will be more lighter, it will go white, and if I try to change the saturation, for example let's make it 90%, as you can see it will become greener. HSL is great when you want to create variations of the same color. You just need to adjust the lightness or saturation while keeping the hue the same. So you just pick one color, you give a value here depending on that wheel degree, starting from 0 up to 360 degrees, and then you just manipulate the saturation and the lightness to give some variations of the same color. So which one you should actually use? In real projects, hex codes are the most common way to use, and they are compact and every design tool gives them to you directly. But also using RGBA is very good when you need the transparency. So I recommend these two, just using the hex codes and also sometimes the RGBA when you need the transparency. I don't usually use this HSL and I don't think it's very clear for beginners actually, but I hope that makes sense. In this video we're going to cover the units in CSS and the different ways to measure size and which ones you should actually use in real projects. So let's start with pixels, the most straightforward units. A pixel is a fixed and absolute unit of measurement. So here in this index.html I have this h1 tag as you can see, and I have given a class called main title. I have this class here on the style.css and I will give a font size of let's say 40 pixels and click save. So as you can see the font right now it's bigger, and the pixels are actually exact and predictable. 40 pixels, it's always 40 pixels no matter what. This makes them easy to reason about but actually less flexible. And why I say it's less flexible? Because if someone increases their browser's default font size for accessibility, pixel values won't scale with it. So for example, here I have a Chrome browser and I've come here to this font size on the settings, and for example now I have 40 pixels of this h1 tag and the font size here on the Google is medium. So for example if I say here large and try to make the font larger, very large for example, as you can see nothing changed here. But if you use some other units this will change. So pixels can change only if we change the value here. For example, let's say 100 pixels and click save. So right now it's bigger. So now let's talk about percentage. Percentage is relative. It's based on the size of the parent element. So here as you can see I have a div with class parent and I have given a width of 400 pixels as you can see, and also I have a div that is a child of this parent div. So now on the style.css, if this child has the width of 50% here, it will actually be the 50% of this 400 pixels. So let me show you that in action. I'll capture this parent class here and give a color, for example, background color, let's say red, like this. And also I'll give a height, let's say 100 pixels. So right now, as you can see, the width here is 400 pixels. But the child that has the width here with 50%, it will actually be the 50% of these 400 pixels, not 50% of all the browser. It will be just 50% of this 400 pixel red rectangle. So I will show you that by giving this child a color here and also a height, so you can see, let's say again height 100 pixels or a little bit less so you can see it clearly, 90 pixels. And if you click save right now, as you can see, the child is in the middle of this 400 pixels, so it's 50% of that. So as you can see, the percentage unit is related to the parent container in this case. If I change this parent container's width to 500, then the child will be 250 pixels. If I click save here, as you can see, it scales with it. Even if I make the browser bigger or something like that, it won't change based on the browser's width. It will change only based on the width of this red container, which is the parent container of this child that has this percentage unit here. So I guess everything is clear right now about percentages. So now let's cover EM. This is relative to the size of the parent element. So for example, right now I have a parent div here that starts here and ends here and also has this text, I'm parent, that you can see here on the browser. I have this div with class child saying I'm child, and lastly I have this mini child div here. So as you can see, I have three containers, but two containers are within each other up to this parent container. So in order to understand what EM means, I have to capture these classes. I have also this mini child here, and I will give a font size firstly to this parent. So I will say here 20 pixels for the parent. So right now, as you can see, I gave a font size to this parent and all the divs here got this font size. So they all got bigger. So if I say here 40 pixels, as you can see, all of them become larger because the child and mini child are inside the parent. So the font size in this case is inherited. So in order to give to this child another font size like this, let's say 2EM in this case. So what this EM will do will actually multiply this 40 pixels. So in this case, we have the parent, which right now has this 40 pixel font size, but actually also the child right now has that 40 pixel font size because it's inside the parent container. So by writing here on the child font size 2EM, this will multiply this 40 pixels and it will make it 80 pixels like this. So right now, if I click save here, as you can see right now, the I'm child become bigger, but also as you can see, this I'm mini child become also bigger because it's inside this child component. So it also inherited that. So again, if you type here inside the mini child font size, for example 2EM, guess what will happen? So at first we had this 40 pixels. Right now here on the child became 80 pixels like that, and here below this mini child that is inside this child will inherit this 80 pixels that got here, but also will multiply it twice. So here we would have 160 pixels. So right now, if I remove this and click save, as you can see, this I'm parent is 40 pixels, I'm child is 2EM of that 40 pixels because it inherits that 40 pixels and multiplies it by 2. So the child is here saying I'm child, and this actually, as I said, 80 pixels. And here lastly, I'm mini child has that 80 pixels inherited because it's inside this dot child, and here becomes 160 pixels. So I hope that makes sense. So if you nest multiple elements using the EM, the sizes compound and multiply with each other like I've shown here, which can lead to unexpected results in deeply nested elements. So let's continue with REM. This is why REM was introduced, and it's one you will use most often. REM stands for root EM, and it's always relative to the root element's font size, which is the HTML tag right here. So HTML wraps everything, as you can see. It starts here and it ends at the bottom. So everything is inside, the head, the body, and everything else. So the REM unit is relative only to this HTML tag, not to the parent component like the EM was. So let me show you that. I have captured this HTML tag, and the font size by default is 16 pixels, like this. So if I click save here, nothing will happen, nothing will change. But let's see what happens if I type, for example, for this mini child, let's say here, let's say 2REM, like that. So here, because of this 40 pixels on this parent size, on the child we had 80 pixels, because this 2EM multiplies that. So here, if I had this 2EM again, it will be 160 pixels, as it's showing right now on the browser. But let's see what happens if I just add this REM here, and let me remove this so we don't have an error, and click save. So right now, as you can see, the I'm mini child here, it becomes much smaller than this I'm child, even though this, in this case, it's 80 pixels and this was supposed to be 160 pixels, but not in this case when we use this REM, because REM is related not anymore to this parent component, which for the mini child the parent component is this child and for the child is the parent. So in this case, this is not anymore relative to this child, but is relative to this HTML tag right here. So for example, if I say 20 pixels right now for this HTML tag like this 2REM will multiply that. It will become 40 pixels. So if I click save here and leave the font size on the HTML tag 20 pixels and click save, as you can see, the I'm mini child become bigger. So let's say, for example, 50 pixels, so you can see it again. Right now here we would have 100 pixels. So if I click save right now, as you can see, now become much bigger. So you get the idea, and don't confuse this both. EM just inherits the last font of the parent component and doubles that if you just say 2 here, but you can give any number, for example like 10, and you can multiply 10 times this 40 pixels. But you get the idea. The EM just multiplies the parent font size, while the REM is related not to the parent but to the HTML tag. So it just, in this case, it multiplies this 50 pixels font here. So now let's talk about viewports units. Now, two units based on the browser window itself are the VW, which stands for viewport width, and VH, which stands for viewport height. So one VW is equal to 1% of the browser's width, and one VH is equal to 1% of the browser's height. So let me show you that. Here I have this parent div and saying I'm parent, so I will go here to the style.css, and as you can see, to this parent container I have given 100 VW, which stands for viewport width. So by saying 100, this parent component will take the full space on the width of this browser, and 100 VH, which stands for viewport height, will take the full height of this browser. And I've given a color so you can see. If I click save here, as you can see, it takes the full space available. And if you're asking about this white space here, is because here on this asterisk, which is the universal selector, I will give this margin 0 and padding 0, so everything starts from 0. And if I click save here, right now, as you can see, 100 viewport width, it takes the full width available, and 100 viewport height, it takes the full height available. So that's what these two units do in this case. So this makes the element exactly the full width and full height of the browser window, and it's extremely common for hero sections and full screen layouts. So if you try to adjust this, as you can see, it takes still the full space available. So which one of these units you should actually use? So I would suggest using REM for font size because it's predictable and it respects the accessibility settings. And it's better to use percentage or viewport units for layout and responsive sizing. And that is all about units. In this video, we're going to cover the box model, one of the most fundamental concepts in all of CSS. Once you truly understand this, spacing and layout in CSS will make a lot more sense. So what is the box model? Here is the key idea. Every single element in HTML is treated as a rectangular box by the browser. It doesn't matter if it's a paragraph, a button, or a div. The browser wraps it in an invisible box, and the box has 4 layers. So let's build up the 4 layers of the box model one at a time so you can exactly see how they stack. So as you can see right now, I have a div with this class box, and I've given the content saying hello. And on the style.css, I've given a width saying fit content and background color of this color here so you can see it on the browser. So the first layer, the innermost layer, is the content, which is this word, as I said, saying hello. This hello, right now, it takes the full width of this box. So the next layer is the padding. This is the space between the content, which is this hello word, and the border of the box. So let's add some padding here. I will give a padding of 10 pixels and click save. So as you can see, now we got some space between this hello and the border of this box. So that's called padding, the space between the content and the border of this box. Padding is still part of the background color, as you can see. Now let's move to the next layer. The next layer is border, that comes right after the padding. So I will just give a border here. Let's say border 5 pixels. Let's say red here and click save. So right now, as you can see, we got this border 5 pixels on each side, and that comes right after the padding. The border also adds to the total size of the element, like the padding. So we had the content, which was ending right here, and then we had the padding space here. Now we have the space of this border right here, which is 5 pixels on each side, 5 pixels on the right and 5 on the left, while the padding is 10 on the right and 10 on the left. Also up and down, it's the same thing. Now the margin. The margin is the outmost layer. This is the space outside the border that comes right after the border. It's between this element and the other elements around it. So for example, let's say here, let's copy that. Let's change this class, another box like that, and click save. So right now I will copy this class here and give this styles here, but let's give another color to this. For example, let's say green, like that, and click save. So right now we have another box, as you can see, and this is where margin comes into play. So the margin just separates elements from each other. So if I give a margin here, let's say of 10 pixels, and click save, as you can see right now, margin also got added on the 4 sides of this hello box element that we had here. So right now, as you can see, the first box has a little more space than this other box on the left, and also, as you can see, it creates a gap here between this hello box and this other box. Unlike padding, margin has no background color. So as you can see, we have given this background color to this box, which is this aqua color, and this space here that is called margin, it doesn't have a color because it's outside of this box. It doesn't have anything to do with this box, it just adds some space outside this box right after the border. So margin is transparent, as you can see, and it just pushes other elements away. So if I say, for example, 50 pixels of margin here, as you can see, we will get more space on the 4 sides of this first box. We will have a larger gap here between this element and the other element. So to summarize the order, the content is the innermost layer, then comes the padding, after the padding comes the border, and then the margin is the outermost layer. So always remember, it's content, padding, border, then margin. Now there is something crucial to understand. By default, when you set the width, for example, in this case I've just written fit content, but now let's say, for example, hit 30 and click save. So right now, as you can see, I've given a width of 30 pixels to this first box. So these 30 pixels belong only to this content here, not all of that box. So in order to calculate the full width of this box, we need to add this width of 30 pixels, which is the content in this case, and now we have to add the padding, but we have 10 pixels on each side, on the left and on the right. So 10 plus 10 becomes 20 pixels, and also we have this border border 5 pixels on each side, on the left and on the right. So we have 10 pixels of border. So the full width of this element becomes 30 plus 20 plus 10 becomes 60 pixels. So this is the full width of this box. And you might be asking why we don't add this 50 pixels of margin, which would become plus 100 here. But we don't add that margin because that's not part of the box. That's outside the box. So you always need to remember that the full width of the box is the width of the content plus padding plus border, not including margin. So we don't add this 100 here. It's only like that, 30 pixels of content. Always make sure to remember that when you add the width to a box, it's only belong to this content inside. Then we give the padding, which is 10 pixels, but on both sides becomes 20, and also this border 5 pixels become 10 on both sides. So right now we have 60 pixels. So starting from here where I have this mouse and going right here on the right side, this is 60 pixels wide, not 30. So it's good to know that just because we have said here 30 pixels, we don't have this width 30 pixels. This surprises a lot of beginners, and that's why we will talk in the next videos about box sizing, which is a property that changes this behavior completely. But for now, just remember that by default padding and border add to the total size of your element. They don't shrink the content area inside. And remember that margin doesn't add to that width. In this video, we're going to cover the width and height in more detail, including some special values that go beyond just pixels and percentages. So here, as you can see, I have a parent component, and inside that I have a child component with this content saying hello. To this child component, I've given this class called box. So let's go to style.css, and to this parent I've given a width and a height of 500 pixels and also this blue color so you can see it. And to the box, which is the child of this parent component, I've given a width of 80%. So 80% is 80% of this 500 pixels. Remember that from units, that I said percentages are relative to the parent component. So in this case, 80% of that 500 pixels, it ends here, as you can see it on the browser. So now I will just add two more properties, because width and height, it's clear and you understand what they do. They just give width and height to any element. So now I will just add this min width and max width. So I will say here max width, let's say 400 pixels, and min width, not none, but let's say 200 pixels, like that, and click save. So what this max width and mid width do is that this won't allow this box element to grow past 400 pixels, and this other property, min width, 200 pixels, it will never shrink the element below 200 pixels, no matter how much you resize the window. A percentage width with max width is extremely common in real and responsive websites. It gives you flexibility with a safe boundary on both ends. So in order to make this more clear, for example, I have this min width 200 pixels for this box. And if I give this parent a width of 100 pixels, which is less than this 200 pixels, and click save, as you can see now the box is larger than the parent because its min width is 200 pixels. So the red colors here that it stops is 200 pixels, even though the width of the parents is just 100 pixels. And the same happens with this max width property. So for example, if I say here again, let's say 500 pixels like it was, and let's make this width 100%, let's say. So right now, even if I click save, in this case 100% of this 500 pixels, it's supposed to be the full width starting from here up to here. But since the max width is 400 pixels, in this case it shouldn't be larger than 400 pixels, so that's why it stops here. I can make this even smaller, so if I say 300 pixels, this should get shorter here. As you can see now, it got shorter because its max width is right here, 300 pixels. It shouldn't cross that, even though the parent is 500 pixels and the width of the box, it says 100. So 100 is supposed to take the full width, but this max width property property prevents that. It just doesn't allow this box to become larger than 300 pixels. And the same goes for these two other properties, which is the max height in this case and also the min height. So for example, here I've given a height of 500 pixels, and let's say here height 100 again. So right now it takes the full height, this box. Right now if I give this max height less than this, let's say 300 pixels here, it shouldn't grow more than 300 pixels. So if I click save here, as you can see, it goes up to 300 pixels and doesn't cross that. The same goes for this min height. So for example, let's say here 200 pixels, like that. And if I just change this height to 100, make it smaller than this 200, and click save, as you can see, the min height now is 200 pixels. So it can't go below that, even though the parent height is 100 pixels, so it's less than that. This box, which is in red, it can't go below this 200 pixels. Now there is also one special value, which is called auto, and when width is set to auto, the element automatically takes up the full space available based on the context. So for example, here I will just remove this for now and make this 400 as it was. Click save. So right now I have 100% of height and width of this parent. So that's why it became all red. But also if I say here auto like that, it will take the full space. So remember when we had this 80%, for example, it took only the 80% of this space. But auto, if I say auto, it's completely the same like I write 100%. So it will take the full space available. Even if I raise this to 600, let's say, and become more larger like that, as you can see, it will take the full space up to the end. Auto, it's good to know that it's actually the default value for width on block level elements, because in this case we have this div, which are block level elements. So this is by default, their width is auto. That's why they take the full space. So for example, this parent, the default width is auto. If I remove this width here and click save, as you can see, it will go up to the end because its width by default it's auto. As I said, for every block level element, their width by default it's auto. That's why they take the full space available. One more useful value is fit content. This makes the element only as wide as its actual content needs. So for example, here in this case we have this hello inside this box. So if I write here fit content like that and click save, as you can see, the width, it will just become as large as this content, like I've showed you before in the previous video. So if I just remove this height here so you can see it more clearly, as you can see, now we have this width fit content, which takes only the space that the content requires. So for example, if I type some more text here, the width, it will become more larger. So as you can see, now it takes more space. That's why we use this fit content. This is great for buttons or tags or badges when you don't want unnecessary extra space. So always remember that min width and max width, along with min height and max height, they just set safe boundaries. Especially they are useful for responsive design. And auto just lets the browser calculate size automatically based on the context. And this fit content shrinks an element to exactly match its content. And that is all about this video. In this video we're going to cover padding and all the different ways to write it, and also the shorthand syntax that will save you a lot of typing. So here, as you can see, I have a parent container, and inside this container I have this span with this content saying hello. So let's jump to style.css, and for now don't focus on this .parent class that I have given to this division here, but we will focus only to this box element, which is this span here that has this content hello, which is showing right now on the screen. So for now I have just given this color so you can see the content, and now let's show how padding works. We already know that padding adds space inside the box between the content and the border, so you can control each side individually. For example, let's say padding top. like this, and let's give 20 pixels space. So if I click save here, as you can see, we just added some space to the top of this content. So the padding, as I said before, is this space between the content and the border, which is this one here that I'm showing right now. So I'll just add some border here so you can see 1 pixel solid red, let's say, or let's make it 4 pixels so it can be more clear. So right now, as you can see, we have this padding top, the space between this hello world here and the red border. So we can give for each side the padding we want. For example, let's say padding left, again 20 pixels, like this, and right now we got some space on the left, and that can be done for 2 other sides, for bottom and for right. So let's say for the right side 10 pixels, in this case a little bit less than on the left, and also padding bottom 10 pixels again. So now we got some space on the bottom. But as you can see, we need to type 4 lines just to add padding to the 4 sides. So I will show you a shorthand syntax that can be written differently but much shorter than this. So the first shorthand method is you just type 1 line. You just say here padding, and let's say here, for example, 20 pixels, and you are done. You just type this. But what this actually does is that it applies 20 pixels of padding in the 4 sides. So right now, as you can see, to the top and on the left I have given 20 pixels, but on the right and on the bottom I have given 10 pixels. You can't do that with this method. For example, if you just give one value here, you can't do that, but you can do it in some other way that I will show you in just a bit. But I will just comment this code out for now and only save this padding 20 pixels. So this will apply just 20 pixels on the 4 sides in this case. So as you can see now, it's equally balanced, 20 pixels on each side. Now another shorthand syntax is that you give 2 values here. For example, I will give here 20 pixels and then 10 pixels. So what does this mean? This means it gives 20 pixels on the top and on the bottom, and 10 pixels on the left and on the right. So if I click save here, as you can see now I have 20 pixels on the top and on the bottom. As you can see, it has more space here than, for example, on the left side and on the right side it has just 10 pixels in this case, but on top and on the bottom it's 20 pixels. And also there is another shorthand syntax that you can give 3 values here. For example, let's say here 5 pixels. So in this case, what this means? This means 20 pixels on the top, because everything, it starts from the top. Think of it like a clock, starting from the 12th and going down 1, 2, 3 and so on. So this is 20 pixels on the top. Then it goes, this 10 pixels is a single value and it applies to the left and on the right side. And this 5 pixels, it goes to the bottom. So if I click save here, as you can see, now I have 20 pixels on the top, the left side and the right side are 10 pixels, and 5 on the bottom. As you can see, the bottom has the less space than all of them. And now there is another way to write this padding property, where you can give a final value, the 4th value. Let's say here again 5 pixels. In this case, as I showed you, it's like this. For example, this 20 pixels, it applies to the top. This is to the right. I will write them here so you remember them easily. This is to the right. So for example, 20 pixels top. Right, it's 10 pixels, 5 on the bottom. So for example, this third 5 is on the bottom. And this is the last, which is for the left side, like this. So I will just remove them so you can see it on the browser and click save. So right now I have 20 pixels on the top side, 10 pixels on the right side, 5 on the bottom and 5 on the left. In order to make this more obvious, I will just give 50 pixels on the top, 20 pixels on the right, 10 pixels on the bottom and 5 on the left, and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have the most space here on top, which is 50 pixels, 20 pixels on the right, on the bottom I have 10 pixels, and lastly 5 pixels on the left side. As you can see, it's very small space here. So you get the idea. You always start from the top, then you go to the right, bottom, and then left. Right now I have showed you these ways to write the padding, so you can use only one value if you want. For example, this is 50 pixels, and this 50 pixels it will apply to the 4 sides. You can also use the two value pairs, for example 20 pixels and 40 pixels, which 20 pixels in this case it applies to the top and to the bottom, and 40 pixels to the right and to the left. And also the 3 value pair, which is for example 10 pixels here, 20 pixels and 30 pixels. So this 10 pixels it applies to the top, 20 pixels on the right and on the left, and 30 pixels to the bottom in this case. So these are the 4 ways to write padding property in a shorter way. Or you can use this longer way, but it will take 4 lines. So padding is one of the most used properties in all of CSS, and you can use it everywhere, on buttons, cards, containers, and so on. And almost everything needs padding to avoid content looking cramped against its edges. So it's better to get comfortable with these shorthand patterns because you will use them very constantly. In this video we're going to cover margin, the outermost layer of the box model, and a couple of special behaviors that margin has. So as you can see right now I have 2 divisions here which can be used as containers, and I have box 1 and box 2. So here on the style.css for each box I have given a color, a border, and a padding of 10 pixels. So right now as you can see here is the box 1 and the second box here, but as you can see there is no space between them, and that's where margin comes into play. So you can give space between elements. Now margin works exactly like padding, the same individual properties and the same shorthand rules. So for example here on the first box let's say margin, and I will give 20 pixels. So this 20 pixels of margin it will apply to the 4 sides of this box 1. So if I click save here, as you can see I got margin on the left, on the right, on top and on the bottom. So it works, as I said, again like the padding. You can write it like this, or you can write it margin top 20 pixels, margin left 20 pixels, margin right 20 pixels, and margin bottom 20 pixels. So for example if I comment this and click save, still will change nothing because it's the same thing, like writing this one and also these 4 lines. And also you can use the shorthand syntax with only one value, like here, or with 2 values, which is for the vertical position and for the horizontal position. So this 20 pixels it will apply to the top and bottom, and this 20 pixels here, the second one, it will apply to the left and on the right. And again you can use them like this with the 3rd value and also with a 4th value, like padding, like I've showed you on the previous video. Now here is something really useful, and that is margin auto. So for example here I will give a margin and I will say auto. I will use this auto and click save. So right now as you can see nothing will change. This is one of the most common ways to horizontally center a block level element. So for example, you have probably heard how to center a div element. So in order to center a div element, first of all, this box needs to have a width property, because this margin auto will do nothing if we don't have a width property here. We need to give some value to this width property, and then this auto will apply. So for example, let's say for the first box 300 pixels and click save. So right now as you can see the first box is positioned on the left side of the browser. So how do we center this? Using the margin property. In order to do that we will just type here margin 0 and then auto. So what this does is that it gives 0 margin to the top and on the bottom, and then auto on the left and on the right. By giving this value auto on the left and on the right, it will center it horizontally in the middle. So if I click save here, as you can see the box 1 it will go to the middle, but it needs to have this width, because if I don't have this, as you can see nothing will happen. It will just go full space because it's a block level element, this div, and it will take the full space. So that's why we need to specify a width property in order to apply this margin 0 auto. But doesn't have to be 0 always. For example, you can give 20 pixels here for the top and on the bottom, and it will work just fine. So you now have space on the top and on the bottom, and also it's horizontally centered. It's good to know that this only works on block level elements that have a defined width, as I said. Now, another thing to know is that margin can be given a negative value. For example, unlike padding, for example, I can't say here minus 10 pixels. It doesn't do anything, it doesn't work. But with margins, you can use that. For example, I can say here margin top minus 50 pixels. And click save. So what this will do is that it will take this box 2 here and it will move it to the top 50 pixels. So if I click save here, as you can see now this box 2, even though we have this 20 pixels of margin on the top and on the bottom of this box 1 here, as you can see the second box got pushed to the top by 50 pixels. Also, as you can see, I have some space here on the left for this box 2, and I can do the same for the margin left. I can say, for example, minus 50 pixels and click save. So right now this got out of the viewport, as you can see, because it went 50 pixels to the left, so we can't see the content anymore. Negative margin is a more advanced technique and it's useful for specific overlap effects, but it should be used carefully since it can make layouts harder to predict and debug, because if you see this for the first time you will just say, what's happening here? Why can't I see this second box and why it's on top of this box 1? So that's why they should be used carefully. Now, another thing to know is the margin collapse, and I will show you what that is in just a bit. So I will remove these spaces here, and right now this 20 pixels here that I have, it applies to the top and on the bottom of this box 1. For example, if I say here 0, they will just have no space between them. So for now I will just leave it this 20 pixels. Now what happens if I give some margin top to this box 2? Because this box 1, as I said, it has a margin bottom right now of 20 pixels. But what happens if I give margin top to this box 2 of 10 pixels in this case? What do you think will happen? Will this space change or not? Let's see. If I click save here, as you can see, nothing changed. And you might say why that happened. But that's what margin collapse is doing here. So the element with the bigger margin, it will win. So the first box has 20 pixels of margin bottom in this case, and also on the top, but we don't need this top for now. We are talking only for the bottom margin of this box 1, which is 20 pixels, while this box 2 has 10 pixels of margin top. So for these two elements, only one of these margins will apply, only the biggest one with the biggest value. So if I give this margin top again 20 pixels, again nothing will happen, because some beginners might think that I have a margin bottom for this box 1 20 pixels and I'm given a margin top for this second box again 20 pixels, so 20 pixels plus 20 pixels, you might think this space here should be 40 pixels, but it's not. Only one value is applied. So now if I say 30 pixels here, that is a bigger value than these 20 pixels that this first box had, and if I click save, now we will get some more space here. As you can see, now the element got pushed a little bit down, because this 30 pixels, it's a little bit more than this 20, so in this case the second box wins. And I can say here, for example, 50 pixels, and it will go a little bit more down because it will have a bigger margin on the top. But it's good to know that this happens only with vertical margins on the top and on the bottom. This doesn't happen with the left side and the right side. So for example, if I have an element that is on the left or on the right of this second box and try to do this, this will not happen. This, as I said, happens only on the top and on the bottom. So in order to show you that, I will just change the behavior of this box by saying display inline, and don't focus on this for now, you will learn it a little bit later, but I'm just showing you how would that work. So for example, if I click save right now, as you can see, these div elements, which are block level, I just turned them into inline level. So you can see that this space that I'm giving with margin won't work on the sides. So for example, if I say here margin right, in this case for the first box, and say 20 pixels, as you can see, the first box now has a 20 pixels of margin on the right side. And if I say for the second box now margin left, and let's say say 10 pixels for the second box, margin left 10 pixels, this will actually add also this 10 pixel. It will not ignore just because it has a lower value than this margin right, because as I said, the margin collapse only works on the top and on the bottom. So if I click save here, as you can see, it went a little bit more to the right. Also, if I say here 20, it will move again. As you can see, it moved to the right. So again, it's good to know that the margin collapse only works for the top and on the bottom side, not horizontal side, only the vertical side. And that's all about margins. In this video, we're going to cover borders, how to style them, and a couple of useful properties that go along with them. So as you can see here, I have this div with the content saying box 1. So as you can see, to this box 1, I have given a background color, a padding, and I have horizontally centered it. Now let's look at the border. A border needs three things to actually show up: the width, the style, and the color. And you can write them all in one line. So for example, if I write here border, now the first value I will give is the width. So for example, let's say here 5 pixels, and then I will give the border style, in this case solid, and then the color lastly. So I will say black here and click save. As you can see, right now I have added a border to the 4 sides of this box 1. The width is 5 pixels. This is the border style, which is solid in this case. As you can see, it's a solid line on the 4 sides, and the color is black, as you can see it on the browser. So you need to write all 3 of them, but if you just skip this style, the border won't show at all. So if I just remove this style here, as you can see, the border goes away. So you always need to provide the style. Now, there are several border styles available. Let's see a few of the common ones. So the first one is solid, and it's very useful, and you will use it a lot in your projects. Another kind of style is this dashed, like this, and I will just give some more width here so it can be more visible. As you can see right now, this dashed style, it just gives some dashes one after another, as you can see. Another kind of style for the border is this dotted, like this, which gives dots as a border. Also, you can use this double, like this, and it gives 2 lines, one after another. There are a few more, but these are the ones you will actually use mostly in real projects. Now, for the borders, just like padding and margin, you can target individual sides of the border. For example, you can say here, let's make this solid again and give 5 pixels. So you can say here, for example, border top 3 pixels, solid red, like that. And if I just comment this, as you can see now, I've just given a border top, a red color, 3 pixels and solid. You can do that for all of the 4 sides. You can say border bottom, for example, also again 3 pixels, solid. Let's say orange in this case and click save. As you can see now, I have a border bottom, 3 pixels, solid and orange color. You can do the same for the left side and on the right side by just saying border right, like this, and let's say 3 pixels, solid green, and click save. As you can see, we got the right border with the color green, and you can do the same for the left side. This is common for things like tab navigation, where only the bottom border changes to show which tab is active. Now, one of the most used border related properties is border radius. So I will just remove this for now and we'll go back to this, and I will add here border radius. So what this does is that it rounds the corners of this element, box 1 in this case. So I will just say here, for example, 10 pixels. And as you can see, the 4 sides in this case are now rounded by 10 pixels. You can say here 20 or whatever you want, and as you can see, it goes deeper, but you can give also this 50% value. And what this does is that if width and height of this box 1 are equal, so for example, I have width here 300 pixels, and if I give a height of again 300 pixels and make it a perfect square, in this case, this border radius, it will give me a perfect circle. For example, if I don't apply this, right now now, as you can see, I have a perfect square, 300 pixels by 300 pixels. But if I apply this 50% border radius, it will give me a perfect circle. And this is very useful for the profile pictures or icon buttons, and you will see this used everywhere. But like the padding and margin, you can also control each corner individually, similar to padding and margin. So if I remove this for now and say here border radius, you can say, for example, 20 pixels, 0 pixels, 20 pixels again, and then 0 pixels. So if I click save here, as you can see here on the top left, it takes this 20 pixels of border. As you can see, it's now rounded. Here it's 0 pixels on the top right, then on the bottom right it's again 20 pixels, and on the bottom left it's 0 pixels. It's again like a clock, but starting from the top left, just like padding and margin. And it's good to know that in CSS, for example, when you give a 0 value, you don't need to write this pixel like this, but you can just leave it 0 like this and it will still work. In this video, we're going to fix a problem we saw back in the box model video, where padding and border made our element bigger than the width we actually set. The solution is a single property called box sizing. So right now, as you can see, I have a div here with this content saying box1, and I've captured that div here with this class box1. I've given a background color and also a margin. I have horizontally centered it. Now I have given a width of 300 pixels, as you can see, a padding of 10 pixels. So as you can see, I have some space on the bottom. On the right, I have a lot more space because it's a block level element, and I've given 300 pixels. And on the left, as you can see, I also have this space. And lastly, I've given this element a border of 5 pixels with this black color. Now, in order to know what is the real width of this element, we would have to calculate this. We would type 300 pixels here for the width that we gave this element. Then we will add also this padding, 10 pixels on the left and 10 pixels on the right. We would say here 20 pixels. And also for the border, again, we will do the same, 5 on the left and 5 on the right. So it will be 10. And the full width of this element would be 330 pixels, like this. So in order to see this, we will just inspect this element and see here on the box model. So as you can see, we have 300 pixels for the content of width, then we have 10 padding on the left, 10 on the right, and also as you can see 4.8, which is this actually 5 pixels, but it's just a small difference, so it doesn't change anything. So we have 5 on the left and 5 on the right. And lastly, this is margin, but this doesn't get added to the width of the element, so we stop here at the border. So this would be the fully width of this element. And right now, the behavior that we are looking at is this box sizing. In this case, for now, it's content box. So if I just remove this and click save, as you can see, nothing will change here. But this that I showed you can be changed only with this property by just saying here border box, like this. And if I click save here, right now this width will change. As you can see, it got smaller. And why is that? Because right now I have saved 300 pixels of width here. And in this case, that now that I've applied this border box of box sizing property, now this element is fully 300 pixels. It's not anymore 330 pixels like it used to be before. It's just 300 pixels as I have written right here. If I inspect this element and try to see now, as you can see, the padding stays the same, 10 pixels on each side. Also the border, 5 on each side. In this case it's 4.8, but as I said, it doesn't matter. But right now, as you can see, the content itself, it's 270 pixels. In this case, it's not anymore 300 pixels like it used to be before. So what this property does is that it shrinks the content inside. It doesn't change the padding or the border, it just shrinks the space of the content inside. So as I said, by default we have this box sizing, but it's content box. So now if we change it to border box, now we would know what width our elements are based on the width we give them here. Because of this, almost every developer applies this box border to every single element on the page, and they write it here with the universal selector like this, and they will include this line here. So this applies to every element on the page, and click save. So as you can see, nothing changed because I move it from here to here. Now this universal selector, just like I have showed you in the previous videos, this applies to every element on the page. So that's why every developer almost uses it here on the top of the CSS file, always this line. From this point forward, sizing becomes predictable. The width you set is the width you get for every element. And why this matters so much? This might seem like a small detail, but it genuinely changes how much sense CSS makes. Without a border box, you are constantly doing mental math, adding up padding and border to figure out an element's real size. With border box, what you set is actually what you get, as I said. That's why this is one of the very first things included in almost every professional CSS setup, often paired with a full CSS reset, which was this margin here 0 and also padding 0. So this will just remove the space that the browser has by default. So always make sure to use this property, box sizing border box, in order to be confident with the size that you give for elements. In this case, you write 300 pixels and the element becomes 300 pixels. You don't need to guess how large is this element by adding paddings and borders. In this video, we're going to cover the display property, one of the most important properties in all of CSS, because it controls how an element behaves in the layout. We already touched on the block and inline behavior back in the HTML course. Now let's see how CSS actually controls this. Right now here, as you can see, I have a div element, which is a block level element, and two spans here, which are inline elements. And as you can see, I have given them a class and also some content saying box 1 up to 3. So here in style.css I have given them some colors, as you can see, a border, and for this block level element I have given a margin bottom, as you can see, 30 pixels. Now by default, this box 1, which is the div element here, the display property, it's block, and if I save here, for example, nothing will change, as you can see, because that's the default behavior. So now I have this box 2 and box 3, which are spans, and they are inline elements. So for example here, if I give them this property display block, for example for this box 2, if I say display block, I will change the behavior of this box 2. From inline it will go to a block level element. So if I click save here, as you can see, now it takes the full space available up to the end and it pushes the box 3, which is an inline element at the moment, to the next line. So again, if I add this display block here on the box 3 and click save, so as you can see, now it goes right after this box 2, but now both of them are block level elements. So that's how the block value changes the behavior when we set this display block. Now the same can be done with another value for this display property. Here right now I have this box 1, which by default has this display block. So for example, even if I comment this code and click save, this box 1 won't change. But right now, if I give another value, if I say here, for example, inline like this and click save, right now, as you can see, the box 1, even though it is a div element, which by default is a block level element and it takes the full space available on the browser, right now that I put this display inline, now it's an inline element. And that's how you can change the display of the elements using the CSS. So the inline elements, they do not start on a new line. They only take up as much space as its content. For example, the content here is this box 1 and I have given some padding around it, and that's all. That's all the space it needs as an inline element in this case. But there is one key limitation to the display inline, because inline elements, they do not support the width and height. So right now, as you can see, I have given this box 1, which is a div element, and the div element, as I said, is a block level element, but I have given this property inline in this case, and now already it's an inline element, because this is very important to specify. Right now that is an inline element, I will give some width to this element, element, let's say 300 pixels, and click save. So right now nothing changed. This box 1 didn't get bigger, even though I set the width 300 pixels. Even if I give some height here, for example 500 pixels, you should expect that this box 1 will go up to here, for example. But if I click save, as you can see, nothing works. Even the width, even the height. They only work on the display block. For example, if I give this box 2 now a width here, let's say width 200 pixels, and let's give a height, for example 300 pixels in this case, and click save, as you can see now the box 2, even though it's a span element and by default it's an inline element, now here I have given a display block which turns it into a block element, and now for the block element I have given a width and height, and as you can see it applies right here to the box 2. So as I said, the display inline has this one key limitation, that the width and height, they do not work with display property inline. So in order to make this work, we have another kind of value that we can give to this display property, which is inline block, like this. Now what this does is that it gives you the best of both worlds. You can have the block and also the inline here. Elements can sit side by side like inline elements, but they respect width, height and margin like block does. So for example, if I click save here, right now as you can see, this display inline block got the width and height applied. As you can see, it takes 300 pixels as width and 500 pixels as height. And you might be asking, why don't we see this box 1 next, for example, to this box 2? But the box 2 right now has this display block. So what I will do is that I will remove for now this div here. I will just comment it, and right now I will focus only on the box 2 and box 3. So in order to see what the inline block value do in this case, I will just give here the inline block like this, and I will give some width and height, and also I will do the same for this other element, inline block, like this, and click save. You remember that with inline elements they sit next to each other, they don't jump on the next line. But with inline elements, as I said, we had the key limitation, we couldn't use the width and height. But right now, as you can see, with inline block we can make our elements sit next to each other like the inline works, but also we can apply width and height by adding this inline block. So this activates the width and height for the elements. So now we can give as many height as we want. For example, for this box 3, let's say here, for example, 400 pixels, and click save. As you can see, now it applies the height. One more essential value is the display none. This completely removes an element from the page, not just hidden visually, but it's removed from the layout entirely. So for example, here in this case I will turn back this box 1 and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have this box 1 here, box 2 and 3. So for this box 1 I will say here display none in this case, and click save. So as you can see right now, only the box 2 and box 3 is available on the screen. We can't see anymore this box 1 because this display none property, it removes the element from the screen entirely. So the box 1 doesn't exist anymore, and the box 2 and box 3 now take the place that box 1 had before. This is different, for example, from this, if I say here visibility hidden like this, and let's say display block to make it visible, but I have given this visibility hidden. If I click save here, as you can see right now, the element box 1 is still here, but it's hidden in this case, and the box 2 and box 3, they go down here, but this we will learn a little bit later. So for example, if I say here display none and click save, now the box 2 and box 3, they will go back to the start of the browser because this box 1 doesn't exist anymore. It's display, it's none, as you can see. Display none is commonly used with JavaScript actually to toggle elements on and off, like a drop down menu or something like that. And one last thing, for example, I had this before, inline block here, and click save. So you might be asking why this box 1, even though it has an inline block, and also this is inline block, the box 2, they both have this inline, they should appear next to each other, right? Like the box 2 and box 3 are doing in this case. But that is happening because I have a small screen here for the browser. For example, if I change it like this, as you can see, they will go and sit next to this box one. So that's just because of this width that I've given to this box one. So for example, if I say here 100 pixels to make it smaller and click save, as you can see now they will appear next to each other. There are two more display values, flex and grid. For example, you can say here flex like this, or you can use this grid like this. But these are so powerful and important that they each get their own dedicated video later in this course. For now, just know that they exist and they completely change how child elements are arranged inside the container. So for example, if we have childs inside these boxes, we will use grid and flexbox. But later on, we will see complete videos for these display values. In this video, we're going to cover typography and everything related to fonts and text styling in CSS. So as you can see, I have an h1 tag here saying welcome to my page and also this paragraph. And here in style.css, as you can see, I have this font family property and I have given here three values: Arial, Helvetica and this sans serif. So what this actually means? This is called a font stack. The browser tries this Arial first, and if for some reason it's not available on the user's device, it falls back to this Helvetica. Even, for example, if the user doesn't have also this Helvetica on his device, then it will fall back to this sans serif. Or we can leave, for example, this to serif like that, but it's a safety net. We always need to provide this at the end. For custom and more unique fonts, most developers use the Google Fonts, which is a free library of web fonts. In order to access that, you just go here on Google and say Google Fonts like this to this page. And for example, let's choose the font here, one of this. Let's say, for example, this Poppins here. Let's click on that. And in order to add this font here in our page, we need to go here to this index.html, and inside this head section, we will paste the link that we will get from Google. For example, for this Poppins font here, we will click this button Get Font, and this will actually give this Get Embedded Code. We will click on that and we will just copy these links here. We just say copy code here, and then we will paste that code here inside this head section, as I said. So if I click save here, for example, right now nothing will change because we need to apply this font that we got here on the style.css. So right now I will just change this from this Arial and Helvetica. I will just say here Poppins, like the font was called. Also you can see here the font family, it's Poppins, and you can put that here. But also here on the font that you got, as you can see the name, it appears here, Poppins. So if you click save right now, as you can see the font changed completely for both the h1 tag and also for the paragraph, because I have applied this font family to the body, which takes all elements which are inside this body and applies that style. So I'm leaving it like this for now. And let's say, for example, I will give some font size to this h1 tag. And we have used this already, but let's say here, for example, font size 2.5 rem and click save. So as you can see now the h1 tag become bigger, and that it's good to know that this font size property, it just controls the size of the text, as we have covered in the units video, and the rem is the standard choice for the font size. Now another kind of property that we can give to this paragraph, let's capture that, is the font weight. So for example, as you can see, it suggests some numbers, but we can also say, for example, bold, like this. If I click save, this paragraph will get bold. So as you can see now it's bold. But also these numbers here, we can apply them. For example, let's say 100, and this is very thin text. As you can see, it's not bold at all. So this 100 is the minimum and it's the thinner text, as you can see, and 900 is the maximum, which makes it completely bold. So if I click save, as you can see, this is completely bold. Numeric values gives you much finer control, but they only work if the font that you are using actually supports these specific weights. Because if the font that we are using does not support these numbers, then this won't work. Now another property that we can give here is the font style, for example, and we can say, for example, italic, like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, this paragraph is italic. Another property that we can give again to this paragraph or even to this h1 tag, it doesn't matter, is the text align like this. And by default, the text align is left. As you can see, the text, it appears on the left side of the browser. So we can give some other values, for example, this center or this right. For example, let's say here center and click save. So right now, as you can see, this paragraph, it went to the center of the browser. Also, you can say here right like that and click save. It will go on the right. Now, another property that we can use for the font is the text decoration. For example, if we add a link here, let's say this anchor tag, and it doesn't matter, let's say here link like this and click save. So as you can see, now we have a link here, and this property that I will give to this link right now, which is called a text decoration, by default for this anchor tag, it's underlined, as you can see. So for example, I haven't given anything to this anchor tag and still we have this underline, as you can see. But you will see very often in projects that a lot of developers use this anchor tag here and they use the text decoration property and they say none here in order to remove this underline. So if I click save here, as you can see, now we don't have that underline anymore to this link. So you can click this link, but you can't see that underline anymore. You can give some more other values, for example, to this text decoration like this. As you can see, dotted, double, or line through. For example, you can give this line through and it will just give a line through this link. In this video, we're going to cover the backgrounds in CSS, solid colors, images, and how to control them properly. So as you can see here on the HTML file, I have this div, which I have given a class box, and the content is hello there, as you can see on the screen. So here on the style.css, to this box, I have given a width and height of 300 pixels. So here I have a perfect square. If I give a background color here, let's say blue in this case, like that, and click save, as you can see, right now I have a perfect square, and we have seen this before, the background color property and giving a color, which can be like this, a named color, or it can be an RGB like this, or an hex code like this, and we can change that however we want and click save. As you can see, now it changed. So another kind of property that we can give to this box, we can say here, for example, background image in this case, and I will just comment this background color for now. So inside this background image, you can use a background that can be an image in this case, and you need to provide for this the URL. Inside this URL, you need to type the URL of this image that you will use for the background. So here on the assets folder, I have an image.png file, and inside here I will just type these quotes and then the dot slash like this, and it will give me the assets folder. Here I will click on that, and then as it suggests, it will give us the image.png. So as you can see, this image is inside of this asset folder, and this asset folder is in the same directory as this index and style.css. So in order to access this asset folder, we just type this dot and then slash, and then the asset that is the name of the folder in this case, and then the file name, which is the image.png. So right now, if I click save, as you can see, this is the image that I have chosen, but as you can see, it repeats 6 times here, and that depends on the height. For example, if I give some more height and say 500 pixels here, you will see it a little bit more repeating. So I will just go back to 300 pixels, and in order to fix this behavior, we can give this background repeat property, and we can say here no repeat like this and click save. So as you can see, right now we have only this one picture here as a background. This is not a good background picture that I have chosen, but I chose this picture in order to show you this background repeat property, that it stops the picture from repeating itself many times if the width and height are larger than the image. Now another property that we can give is this background size, and this controls how the image fits inside the box. So for example, here we can say cover like this and click save, and as you can see, now this image becomes as large as the box. So in order to see that, I will give a border to this box, let's say 5 pixels solid red, so you can see the box where it ends. So as you can see now we have this box here, and the image now with this background size cover, it will cover all the box, and cover is the one that you will use the most because it scales the image to completely cover the box while keeping the image proportions correct. This is the standard for hero sections and banner images. Another value that we can give to this background size is this contain, like this, and click save. You might not have seen any change here because this image is not the right image to show that, but contain, instead it scales the image to fit entirely inside the box without cropping, but this can leave empty space if the box and the image don't share the same proportions. So for example, for this box I can change the width, and I can say here for example 500 pixels in order to make it bigger on the right here. And as you can see now this box is bigger, but the image, it doesn't stretch, it doesn't go up to the end of this box. That's what the contain does. For example, if I change this to cover, this will try to stretch and fill all the box here. As you can see, it will try to go up to the end, and because of that the image will get larger, so it needs a little bit more height. So for that we would have also to change the height to 500 in order to see the full image. So that's the difference between the cover and the contain. So another property is this background position here, and you can give a value. For example, you can say here center and click save. Center is the most common, and it keeps the middle of the image visible. You can also use keywords like top, bottom, left and right. For example, you can say here top like this, or left, or it doesn't matter. For example, if I say here on the background size, let's say cover in this case, and let's change the width to 500, it will try to cover this. But if I say here the background position, for example, now I have chosen top, so you can see the top of this image, but if I say here center, it will give me the center of this image. If I say for example bottom like this, it will give me the bottom of this image, and so on. You can say here left and right. For example, now it gives me the left side, and you can also give precise values, but it's better always to use this center or left or right depending on which part you want to see the image, if you got the background size covered. Now another more powerful background value are the gradients. A linear gradient blends two or more colors together smoothly. So I will just show you that. For example, I will say here background, and let's say linear gradient here, and I will say to right, and then I will give two colors here. Let's say blue and then red. So if I click save, I will just make the width a little bit smaller so you can see. So as you can see now, what this does is that now here I have specified to right. So this sets the direction. The gradient flows from the first color on the left to the second color on the right. So the first color is blue, as you can see, and now it changes to the red smoothly here, as you can see. But you can also change the direction. For example, you can say to bottom here like this and click save. So now the blue starts from the top and it goes to the bottom, switching to red. You can say to the top or whatever side that you want. So for example, if I say to the top, it will start from blue to the bottom, it will go to the red on the top. So as you can see, now blue is on the bottom and red on the top. Or also you can use even angles in degrees. For example, you can say 45 degrees here like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, it starts right here and it goes like this up to the red. You can change that. For example, if you just say here 90 degrees, it will start from the left to the right, but you can change it. You can play around with it. We can say, for example, 120 degrees, so it moves a little bit to the right, and so on. So gradients are extremely common in modern web design for buttons and hero sections, and also for backgrounds. So always make sure to use the background color for solid fills and background image for images, usually combined with background repeat or no repeat, depends on the image that you are choosing for a background, and also using the background size, cover or contain, whatever you need, and also the background position in order to center or to get the top or the bottom of the image. And also you can use this linear gradient as I've showed you here, which blends colors smoothly for modern and stylish backgrounds. In this video, we're going to cover overflow, what happens when content doesn't fit inside its container and how to control that. So as you can see, I have a div here and I've added some text inside this div and I've given a class called box. So here in style.css, I have defined the width and height for this box, and also I have given a color so you can see where this box starts and ends, and also some padding for the spacing. Now, as you can see, since I have added this width and height, the text goes out of this box. So here comes in play the overflow property. Now, overflow property by default is visible like this. So for example, if I save this, nothing will change. So the content just flows outside the boundaries of its container, even overlapping other elements. For example, if I have the same box here, let's say down here, and click save, as you can see, the text that belongs to the box 1 goes onto the second box. So I will give some margin bottom, 20 pixels, let's say, and click save. So for example, right now, as you can see, this text here that is being highlighted belongs to the first box, but right now, as you can see, is on top of the second box. So I will remove for now this second box and also this margin bottom. So in order to prevent this, we have some other values that we can give to this overflow. For example, here we can say overflow hidden like this, so we can hide the text that goes outside of the box. Now that I've clicked save, as you can see, we don't see that text out of this box anymore. But actually that's not what we want, because we want to see the full text of this box. And in order to do that, we will just change this from hidden and we will say here scroll like this, and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have a scroller here that appears on the right of this box, and I can scroll that so I can go up to the end of this box and read the whole text that this box contains. But as you can see, this is not very good looking because it's giving me a scroller right here also where I don't need it, because this box needs the scroller here only on the right, so I can move it to the bottom and read it all. But I don't need this scroller here to scroll it this way, for example. I don't need that. So in order to prevent that from showing, I will just say here not just scroll, but I will say auto like this, and this automatically detects where the scroller is needed. So if I click save here, so as you can see right now, only this scroller is getting shown, not that one below, because only this one is needed in this case. So as you can see now, it looks better. But you can also control each axis independently using the overflow X and overflow Y. For example, you can say here overflow X, and if I want this to show, I will just say auto or scroll, for example. Or if I don't want to show this overflow X, I will just say hidden here. And I can do the same for the overflow Y, and let's say hidden again. I will just comment this, so I will work only with this axis that I choose. So if I let both of them hidden, no scroller will be shown anymore. But for example, if I want only the X axis, I will just say here auto like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, the overflow X, which is this one here, the down scroller here, even though I have said auto, this doesn't show any scroller because it auto detects that it doesn't need a scroller for the bottom side. So for example, if I say here scroll like this and click save, as you can see now it will show, but it's not working because we don't need the scroller here. So we can also leave this hidden, for example, because it's not needed in this case. So we just only need this overflow Y, and we can say here, for example, scroll like this and click save. So now we just show that, or we can leave it auto like this. This will do the same. It will actually detect automatically if this is needed or not, because for some reason, if I change the height and make it 200 pixels, in this case I don't need the scroller anymore for the overflow Y. So that's why it's better to keep this auto and not just scroll, because in this case, now that I've changed the height up to 200 pixels and I can see all the content inside this box, if I had this scroll and click save, as you can see, the scroller now will be shown, but it's not useful in this case because I can see the whole text. So that's why it's always better to use the auto. So why all this matters? Overflow becomes especially important once you start working with fixed size containers, cards, models, sidebars, and so on. Anywhere content length is unpredictable, but the container size needs to stay consistent. That's why, as I said, this auto is very crucial to know. In this video, we're going to cover the position property, one of the most powerful and often most confusing properties in CSS. By the end, you will understand exactly how each value behaves. So as you can see here, I have these two divs, box1 and box2, and here on the style.css I have applied the same style to both of the boxes. As you can see, I've given some width, height, a color, and also a margin, so they can be separated from each other. Now, it's good to know that every element starts with position static, and this is the default. So for example, here if I say position like this and say static, nothing will change if I save it, because that's the default behavior, and that means that elements just follow the normal flow of the page, one after another. So here I have firstly this box 1, then box 2, but if I try to change the position of them, for example, I have box 2 now on top and box 1 below, and click save, now the box 2 will be shown firstly, and then this box 1 will be shown secondly. So I will just change it right now as it was and click save. And now it's good to know that with this position static, that is the default behavior, as I said, the properties like top, for example, or left, or right, or the bottom, none of them works. For example, I can say here 20 pixels like that, or let's give all of them 20 pixels and click save for the first box. So as you can see, nothing changed here, because with position static, no one of these properties work. So now let's talk about the position relative. So for example, here I can say relative like this. Now this is the first value that unlocks some real power. The element still stays in the normal flow, but now you can move it with these properties: top, left, right, and bottom. So for example, now if I remove this right and bottom and leave only top and left with 20 pixels and click save, so as you can see, now the box 1 moved a little bit down. And why is that? Because I have said here move it from top 20 pixels, so it moved it 20 pixels on the bottom, and left I have said here 20 pixels, so 20 pixels from the left. Notice the second box here, it starts right here, so I have moved the first box 20 pixels from the left side. That's why it moved to the right. So it has moved 20 pixels on the right. But now I will make these values a little bit bigger, let's say 200 pixels each. And as you can see, I've moved this box 1 in the middle of this browser. Not exactly in the middle, but you get the idea. I have changed its position. It's not anymore right here. But notice one thing. This box 2, it doesn't go right here to take the place of this box 1, because this is very important to know for the position relative. What position relative does is that it just changed the box 1 position visually, and the original space that it used to be here, it's still occupied by this box 1. So that's why box 2 can't go right here to take the place of this box 1. We have just moved it visually. We can move it like this wherever we want it on the screen. So for example, I can use also the right side here, and if I say from the right 20 pixels, as you can see, so it basically pushes on the other side of the property that we are writing right here. So for example, we say here top 20 pixels, it moves it from the top, it goes 20 pixels on the bottom side. I can do the same. For example, I can say here bottom, and it will go up. For example, it will be pushed from the bottom 20 pixels going upwards. And that's how the top, bottom, right, and left works. So it just moves the element wherever we need it. If we just leave them 0 and click click save, it will go at the starting point, as you can see. But if we leave them 0, we don't need them anymore, so you can just delete them. So as I said, it's good to remember that position relative, it doesn't affect the layout of the elements nearby the element we are actually changing its position. So remember, when we changed the position of this box 1, this box 2 stayed where it was. It didn't change its position, even though it's next to this box 1. So now let's talk about the position absolute. Now, position absolute is actually different. This is where things get really different, because an absolute element right now, like this box 1 that I have put this position absolute here, it's completely removed from the normal flow. So if I click save here, as you can see now, the box 1 is right here, but the box 2 also has changed its position and has moved on the top, on the place of this box 1, because the box 2 right now doesn't know that this box 1 is right here anymore. It acts like this box 1, it doesn't exist anymore. For example, we can say here top 0 like this, and also we can say left 0 and click save. So that box 2 is actually on the bottom of this box 1. That's why we can see it. In order to see that, I will change the color, for example, for this box 2, and let's say red in this case, and click save. So as you can see, it's in the bottom side of this box 1. So I will change also the height so you can see it. Let's say here 220, it doesn't matter, and click save. So as you can see, the red part is the second box, but it's on the bottom of this box 1. The box 1 right now is on top, because the box 2 now have taken the place of this box 1, where this box 1 was. Now box 1 has jumped on the top of the page, but why of the page and not its parent container? Because absolute looks for the nearest ancestor with a position other than static. If none exists, its positions relative to entire HTML document. So for example, right now I have this box 1, and I will try to give a parent to this box 1. Let's say here div, and let's give a class saying parent, and I will put this div inside of this parent here and click save. Right now nothing will change, because we need to give some position to this parent. Now if I give to this parent a position relative like this and click save, as you can see now it moved this box 1. But why does that happen? Because now it's not anymore relative to the HTML document, but it's relative to this parent. That's why. Now for example, I can change this parent and I can give a color. For example, let's say background color, let's say gray, to make it more visible, and I will also give some width, let's say 500 pixels, and height also 500 pixels, and click save. So right now this parent, as you can see, it takes this full space. I will remove some width so it's not this big, and as you can see now, this is the parent, the gray part, and it has moved the box 2 right after this parent, because the second box right now, it doesn't have any position or something else to change its behavior. That's why it comes right after the parent. Right now, for example, if I say bottom here, bottom 0, and let's say right 0. So for example, now I have saved 0 pixels from the bottom, and from the right 0 pixels. So now this box 1, it will come right here if I click save. So as you can see now, it's right here. And you might be asking why this space here is happening. Because I have this margin. So if I remove this margin entirely and click save, now it's completely 0 pixels from the bottom and 0 pixels from the right. But you might be asking now, why this box 1, when I put this right and bottom 0, why it's not coming here on the bottom of the browser, but it's coming on the bottom of this parent? Because this box 1, its absolute position, it's relative to the parent. But let's say, for example, I have another div here, and I will put this parent inside this div, and let's say here grandparent, like this. I will just copy this class and click save, and I will give some style to this grandparent. So for example, I will give a color firstly so you can see it. Background color, let's say this blue violet, for example, and I will give some width, let's say 450 pixels, and also height, let's make it 550 pixels, like this. and click save. So right now this purple color is the grandparent. This is the parent, the gray, and the blue one is the child in this case. But what I wanted to show you is that this box one, as I said before, it's relative to the parent. But let's imagine that this parent, it doesn't have a position. So for example, it doesn't have this property here. And when a div element or whatever element it is, it doesn't have a position specified, by default, its position, as we said, is static, where nothing works. So for example, if I click save here, now what happened? This box one that had this position absolute, now it's not anymore related to this parent, even though this box one is inside the parent. It's not anymore related to the parent, and it jumps to the bottom of the browser and on the rightmost side of the browser, because we have said here bottom and right 0. So what I wanted to show you is that, for example, right now, if this grandparent has a position relative, and if I click save here, right now this box one, even though this box one is inside the parent and this parent is inside the grandparent, right now that I have this position absolute and I have this position relative to the grandparent, now this box one is relative to this grandparent. It's not relative anymore to this parent. So this parent is the gray part, as you can see. But now it's related to this grandparent, and that's why it goes to the bottom and to the right of this grandparent. So that's how the position absolute works. It's always related to the first ancestor that finds it with a position other than static. So it can be its parent, it can be its grandparent, and so on. So in that case, if also the grandparent doesn't have this position relative, for example, it looks for the parent. If the parent doesn't have that position relative, it goes again upper level. It checks for the grandparent. Now that I removed it from grandparent also, let's click save here. Now it will move to the body and then to the HTML. The HTML, as you can see, is the whole document of this page, so that's why it jumps to the bottom and to the right side of the web page in this case. And that is all I have to say about the position absolute. And this is very useful because you can put, for example, an icon inside the button or something like that, and put that icon wherever you need it, in the which part you need it of that button. So now let's talk about the position fixed. So I will just remove this grandparent here and click save. So I will also remove here the grandparent. So now for this box one, I will say here position fixed like this and click save. Now, as you can see, it jumped again on the bottom side of the browser. So what this position fix does is that it removes an element from the flow, just like the absolute did. But its position is relative to the browser itself. It's not anymore position relative to the parent. So as you can see now, I have this position relative to the parent, to the gray part, but the box one with position fixed, it's not anymore positioned relative to this gray part. So it doesn't end up here, but it goes to the bottom of the browser. So that's why we don't need this parent anymore. So I will remove it, and also from here I will remove it and click save. So what this position fixed does is that it makes the element stay in the exact spot even when you scroll the page. So for example, if we have elements here, let's say I will just copy this box 2 sometimes here like this. Let me copy 2 more times. So as you can see, I have a scroller here because I added some box 2, and right now this box 1, it stays exactly here on the bottom and on the right side. So for example, I can say from the bottom, let's say 300 pixels like this, and it will jump right here. Also from the right, let's say 50 pixels. So we push it a little bit from the right, and as you can see now it stays here. So even if I scroll it right now, this box 1, it doesn't change its position. It stays right there where I have put it. So that can be used a lot, for example, for buttons that returns you to the top of the page, or for example, you can use it when you want to leave a contact for your page and the users can click that button and take you to the contact form or something like that. And also, for example, for navigation bars that you want them to have always on top of the page. So even if you scroll down, that nav bar will stay on top of the page. That's why this position fixed is very useful. useful. And now finally let's talk about the position sticky. So I will say here position sticky. So this is a hybrid between relative and fixed. The element behaves normally in the flow, it doesn't change its position like we used to do with the position absolute that it got out of the document flow, but that will work until you scroll past a certain point, then it sticks in place. So I will just say here top 0 and click save. So as you can see right now, I have placed this box 1 here on the start of this page. Now what this does is that when we try to scroll, normally it scrolls with other elements, but once it reaches the top of the viewport, because I've said here top 0, then it becomes sticky and the other elements get scrolled down, but this box 1 it sticks on the top and comes down with us. Once I go up to the top, then it moves its position. For example, I can say here even 30 pixels, like this. Now it will stay always 30 pixels from the top. So if I try to scroll like this, now always it keeps that 30 pixels distance from the top, and it scrolls down with us. This is exactly how sticky headers and sticky sidebars navigation work on real websites. So position sticky at first behaves relative until a scroll threshold, then behaves fixed. In this video we're going to cover the z-index, the property that controls which elements appear on top when they overlap. So as you can see, I have two divs here with classes box1 and box2, and I have given the same style here with height and color for both of these, and I have set position absolute for both of them, and for the box1 I have given top and left 50 pixels, so here's 50 and here's 50, and also for the second box I have moved it from the top 100 pixels and from the left 100 pixels. Now these two boxes that their position is absolute, they are related in this case to the HTML document. They don't have any parent right now that has a position relative, so their parent in this case is the body and the HTML document. So notice the box 2 in this case is covering some part of the box 1, and by default when elements overlap, the one that appears later in your HTML code sits on top. So right now box 2 is below this box 1, that's why it sits on top of this box 1. So if I change their places like this and click save, so right now as you can see box 1 that is on the bottom of this box 2 here in the code, it will win. It will sit on top of this box 2, but let's change it again as it was. So the z-index lets you control this stacking order directly using numbers. Higher numbers sit on top of lower numbers. So for example, let's give some z-index to this box 1, and for example let's say z-index 1 here and click save. So right now this box 2 it doesn't have a z-index property specified, that's why now that I've put this z-index 1 to this box 1, that's why it sits on top of this box 2. But for example if I say for the box 2 here z-index number 2, 2 is greater than 1, so box 2 will win, and if I click save, as you can see now box 2 appears on top of this box 1. This is very useful because we don't need to rely on the index.html code that we have here. We can do whatever we want from the CSS. For example, if I want box 1 to appear on top, even though the box 2, as I said, is later in the code from this box 1, I can give some index, for example, let's say 5 here, and 5 is greater than 2, so I want this box 1 on top, and here I got it on top. Now, there is a very crucial rule that trips up almost every beginner, because z-index only works on elements that have a position value other than static. So let's try that. For example, let's say for this box 1, let's make position static here and click save. So as you can see right now, since we applied this position static, which is the default behavior for the position, this box 1 moved to the top of this page, and this top and left, it doesn't work anymore. And also this z-index, it doesn't doesn't work anymore. As you can see, the z-index for this box 1 is 5 and for the second box is 2. So the z-index for the first box is greater than the second box, but in this case still it shows on the bottom of this box 2 because its position is static. So the top property left and z-index in this case they do not work, but they can work with every other position. For example, we can say here position absolute like it was before and it will work, or position relative, it will work again, and also with sticky like this, and also with fixed position like this. As you can see, still they work, but only with static they won't work. Even if you put with static, for example, this big number here and click save, still it won't work. It doesn't matter how big this number is, it first needs to have a position other than static. Now, one other thing to know is that the z-index can also be negative value. So for example, I will give this position absolute here and I will give for the first box z-index 1, and as you can see right now we have this box 1 and box 2 with this box 2 jumping on top of this box 1. So in this case, for this example, I will remove the z-index for this box 1, and for the box 2 I will say -1 here and click save. So as you can see right now, the first box, it doesn't have a z-index specified, and that's why it sits on top, because the second box has its index -1, which goes below the first box, as you can see. This is useful for decorative background elements that should sit behind your main content. So suppose this box 1 has the main content and we just put some other content or some decorative background that should sit behind our main content. So now let's look at this example. Here, as you can see, I have a div with this class overlay and also a div with this class model saying this is a model. So here on the style.css, as you can see, for the overlay, I have put this position fixed and the width and height 100%, so it takes all this space here, this gray color, as you can see, and I have put a z-index of 10 for this overlay here. While for the model, which is this white box here, the position again it's fixed, so it doesn't move, and also, as you can see, I have put a z-index of 20 in this case, which is a bigger number than this z-index 10 for the overlay. So that's why this box here saying this is a model always will stay on top of this overlay. And this exact pattern, overlay plus model with layered z-index, is used constantly in real websites and applications. And to summarize the z-index topic, I would say that higher numbers appear on top of lower numbers. It only works on elements with position relative, absolute, fixed or sticky, never on static. And the negative z-index pushes elements behind everything else. In this video, we're going to cover the CSS combinators, ways to select elements based on their relationship to other elements, instead of just targeting them directly. So here, as you can see, I have a container with two children inside of it, this paragraph and also this div, as you can see, which inside this div has another paragraph here. And also I have another paragraph outside of this container. As you can see it on the screen, we have a paragraph inside container, a deeply nested paragraph, which is again inside this container, but it's nested in this case, and also a paragraph outside of this container. So here on the style.css, as you can see, I have captured this class container here, and also I have put this p here to capture the paragraphs. So what this does in this case, it will capture all the paragraphs that are inside of this container. So what this tells me is that I have captured this class here, and with this space here, I am looking for paragraph children inside this container. So for example, I've given a color in order to change the color of these paragraphs, and if I click save here, as you can see, only the first and the second paragraph will get this color, not the third paragraph, which is outside the container. So let's look again in the index.html. As you can see, we have this paragraph here, and also we have this paragraph here, even though it's nested here and it's inside this div, but this div belongs to this container, so that's why all paragraphs in this case, which are inside this container, container will get that style, while this paragraph that is outside of this container won't get that style. So a space here means any descendant at any depth. It doesn't mean if it's inside many divs or something like that. Just it means that, for example, this paragraph needs to be inside the container. So all paragraphs here, for example, even if I add another paragraph here and let's say hello, and if I click save, even this paragraph will get this style just because it's a child of this container. So that's what this space here does. And this is the combinator that you will use most often. Now, another combinator that you might use is this greater sign, like this. So what this will do is that this greater sign is more specific. It only selects direct children, not deeper descendants. So for example, if I click save in this case, as you can see, now this selected only paragraphs that are direct children to this container. So in this case, what are the direct children to this container? We have this paragraph, which is a direct child to this container, and also this hello paragraph here is a direct child to this container, while this paragraph here, it's not a direct child, only this div is a direct child to container. So that's why in this case, this deeply nested paragraph, it doesn't get the style. And that's what this greater sign combinator do in this case. It only applies style to direct descendants. So always make sure to use this combinator when you specifically need to target only the children of the container and avoid accidentally styling deeper nested elements, like this second paragraph in this case. So let's look at another example. So as you can see here, I have this h2 tag and two paragraphs, first paragraph and second paragraph. So on the style.css, I have this h2 plus p tag and I've given a color green. So if I click save here, as you can see right now, only the first paragraph got this green color, not the second paragraph. So what this plus combinator does in this case, it makes sure that only the first paragraph right after this h2 tag turns green. The second paragraph is untouched because it's not immediately next to the h2. The first paragraph is immediately after this h2, so that's why it gets this style. And this is very precise and one element only selector. So we will use only when we want to select only one element. So I hope that makes sense. Now, another combinator that we can use is this tilde. And if I click save here, as you can see now both paragraphs take that style. So this is not just to capture only one element, but it captures all elements that come right after this h2. In this case, right after this h2 comes this paragraph and this paragraph. Even if I had a third paragraph here, third paragraph, and click save, as you can see also this will get that style just because it's right after this h2 tag. So that's what tilde combinator does in this case. So let's look at another example. Here I have a button, as you can see, saying submit, and as you can see now in this class I have two separate classes. I have this btn class here and also this primary class. So on the style.css I have said .btn, I have captured the first class, and right after it without a space I have said .primary. So I have captured the second class, but it's right after this btn. So I have applied this style, a background color royal blue and the color white, in order to change the color of this submit text. So if I click save, as you can see now the text becomes white and we have this background color royal blue. Let's see what happens if I just give a space here and click save. So in this case it doesn't work. And why is that? We just saw this before, because this means find a .primary class inside an element with this .btn. So as you can see here, as it suggests, the element should look like this. The element as a parent with a class btn and the child with a class primary. But that's not the case that we have it here. The case that we have it here is that we have one element without a parent that has these two classes. So in that case, we don't need this space. We just type it like this, without a space, and click save, as you can see, it will work. If we want to give, for example, each of these classes is the same style, we would have to write this comma here and also a space. So now this is different. For example, I have applied this style here to both of these classes, also to here, also to this btn. So if I click save here, again, it will work, but in this case, even if I remove one of these classes, still I will have the style, because the btn here has this style. Also this primary, for example, if I remove the btn and put only the primary, still I have this style, as you can see. But remember, if I had it like this, for example, .btn, no space or no comma, anything, .primary, and click save, in this case, we need to provide both of these classes here to this element in order to make it work. So, for example, I need to have also this class btn and primary here, and click save. If I remove one of them, then it won't work, as you can see, with this type of combinator. So I hope that makes sense. And why combinators matter so much is because combinators become essential once you are working with real and complex layouts, targeting specific items in a list without adding extra classes everywhere, styling the first paragraph after a heading, or applying styles only to direct children to avoid affecting deeply nested content by accident. And that's all about combinators. In this video, we're going to cover pseudo-classes and pseudo-elements, two powerful tools that let you style elements based on state or target specific parts of content without adding extra HTML. So what is a pseudo-class? A pseudo-class targets an element based on a specific state or condition, written with a single column. So as you can see here, I have a button saying click me, as you can see it on the screen, with a class btn. So on the style.css, I have given a background color, a color to change the color of the text, also some padding, border none, I have removed the border, and also border radius 6 pixels in order to make the border round on the corners. So this cursor pointer, what it does is that, for example, as you can see right now, the cursor is the default behavior like this. So if I put it inside the button, as you can see, becomes a pointer. It points to something. So in order to add a pseudo class to this button, we just type this class btn and then a colon, and then we type the name of the pseudo class. So for example, the most common one is this hover, like this. And here inside we can type some style that we want to apply to this button in case that our mouse goes inside the button. So for example, if I want to change the background color of this button, let's make it aqua in this case and click save. So right now that I click save, nothing changed, as you can see. But the moment I put my mouse inside this click me button, as you can see now it changed the color because of this hover effect. So that's a pseudo class. And this is how almost every interactive hover effect on the web is built. Now, another pseudo class that you can give to this button is, for example, the active state, like this. And here we can also give some other style. For example, we can say again background color. Let's make it red in this case and click save. So right now at first nothing changes. Even if I hover, for example, as you can see, it takes this aqua color that I've given here. But this says active, and this active style applies during the moment an element is being clicked. So for example, if I hover this element and try to click it right now, as you can see now that I have clicked, it's red. But once I release the mouse, becomes aqua again because my mouse still is hovering, and the moment I leave becomes this royal blue. So what this active did is that when we click the button becomes red, as you can see. That's the red color that we gave to this active pseudo class here. Also another pseudo class is, for example, the focus one. And that is more used, for example, for input fields like this. Let's say this input text. I have this input text here, and for that input I will capture that input and I will say here focus like this, and I will apply some style here. For example, when I click this input field, as you can see we have this border here which is black, so I want to change that. For example, I will say border here 2px solid red. Let's make it red again. And if I click save here, the moment I focus this input field, as you can see now we have a slight red here, but this black is still the outline, so we need to remove that. So we just say outline none here and click save. So now the moment I click this and focus this input field, as you can see now it becomes red. So that's how the focus works as a pseudo class. It basically just gives a visual signal that this field is currently active and it's ready for typing. Now another type of pseudo class is this one that I will show you here. So I will delete all of this for now because I don't need it. And I have this unordered list here. As you can see, I'm saving it so you can see it on the screen. So I will capture this list items, but I won't add the class to this element. So for example, I will go here and I will say, for example, li, I'm capturing this list item here, and I will say here first child, like this. And here I can apply some style. So for example, let's give a color, let's make it a royal blue and click save. So as you can see now, I have captured the first child of this list. As you can see, item 1 become royal blue. I can do the same, for example, for the last child, like this. And I can give another color, let's make it red, this one. And as you can see, the last child becomes red. But remember, this only applies to the last child. For example, I can have more items here. Let me add 2 more items, like this. And let's say item 4 here and item 5. Like this, and click save. So in this case, the last child is item 5. So that red color will apply to the last child, which is item 5. Now, another pseudo class for this is that nth child, like this. And this actually takes a parameter here. We need to add the number of the child that we wanna select. So for example, if I wanna select this item 3, I will just say 3 here, and I will give a color. So for example, let's give a color green in this case. And click save. So as you can see now, the third item becomes green because I have chosen specifically here on the nth child pseudo class. But what happens, for example, if I want this item 4 to become green? I can just say it here, item 4. And as you can see now, item 4 becomes green. And we can give 2 other values to this nth child. So for example, I can say here even, like this. And this will apply to all even numbers. So for example, even numbers, we have 2 and 4 in this case. So if I click save, as you can see, number 2 and 4 becomes green. Or I can say odd for the odd numbers, which in this case are number 1, number 3 and number 5. So I will just comment this so you can see it and click save. So as you can see now, green becomes only item 1, 3 and 5, which are odd numbers. Now let's talk about pseudo elements. These are different. Instead of targeting a state like we did, for example, with hover or active or focus or something like that, these pseudo elements lets you target a specific part of an element or even insert content that doesn't exist in your HTML. So for example, here as you can see, I have a paragraph saying important message with this class note. So if I go to style.css, as you can see right now, I have captured that class note and I have added a pseudo element here. And pseudo elements are added with 2 colons here, not with just one. For example, if I add with just one, this won't work. We need to add it with 2 for pseudo elements, while with pseudo classes we use just one of these columns. So in this case, if I just click save, as you can see now, I've added some content before this element in this HTML file, and also I've added some other content after this text here saying important message. So as you can see, in my HTML file, I don't have this icon or this icon, but I've added them completely with CSS using this before and after pseudo elements. And this is commonly used for decorative icons or tool tips and so on. Another pseudo element that we can use, for example, is this first letter. So I will say here note, 2 colons, and I will say first letter like this. So I will just remove them because I don't need it for now and click save. So for example, this is one of the classic drop caps effect you'll see in magazines and articles. For example, I will give a large and styled first letter. So let me say, for example, here font size to REM. I will change the color to make it green and also a font weight. Let's make this bold and click save. So as you can see right now, I have changed only the first letter here, and this is very useful pseudo element because targets just the first character of a block of text. So always make sure to remember that pseudo classes target elements based on the state. For example, it can be hover or active or focus and so on, while pseudo elements target specific parts of an element and they they can insert generated content before or after the content. And also you can use this first later as I showed you here. But the most important part to remember is that you always use pseudo classes with just one colon and the pseudo elements with two colons. In this video, we're going to cover specificity and the cascade, and how CSS decides which rule actually wins when multiple selectors target the same element. This ties together everything we have learned about selectors so far. So as you can see here, I have a paragraph saying hello world with this class text. So let's jump to style.css. So as you can see here, I've captured this paragraph here and I've given a color blue, but also I've captured again this paragraph but by the class .text and I've given a color red. So if I click save here, as you can see, the red color applies and not the blue color, even though here I've applied some style to the same element, just because I've used the class here, not directly the selector of the element, the style that is inside the class gets applied. So this is called specificity, and CSS calculates a weight for every selector and the one with the highest weight wins, regardless of the order you wrote them. So for example, you might be thinking that, for example, if I put this paragraph here down the text class, then the text will become blue, but that is not the case. So if I click save here, still the text stays red, even though this is later written in the code. So I'll just put that like it was. And now I will try to give an ID to this element. So let me give an ID. Let's say, for example, main, and click save. So I will capture this ID. Still I'm capturing again the same element, but now by ID. So I will come here and I will say this hashtag and then the name of the ID. So for example, for this ID I will just give a color green like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, it became green because ID selector has more weight than this text, which is a class selector. Always make sure to remember that ID beats the class selector and class selector beats the simple selector here, which is the p tag. But also another way to beat this ID is the inline style. So for example, for this paragraph, if I come here and say style and I give a color, so for example, let's give a color almost purple here, blue violet, and click save. As you can see now, it becomes blue violet. It beats the ID. So this is the strongest one of them all. The inline style, then comes the ID, then the class, and then the p tag here, the name of the element. So I will just remove it for now, this style here, inline style, and click save. So now it becomes green because the ID has the most powerful weight of these selectors for now. So now I will give another example. So for example, let me put a div here, and inside this div I will put this paragraph here. So inside this div also I will give a class, let's say container, like this, and click save. So I will capture this container and I will come down here and I will say dot container. Right now I'm capturing the parent, as you can see. This is the parent and paragraph is the child in this case. So I'm capturing the parent here and I will say P here. I will capture the P tag and I will say color orange, for example, for this case. And also down here again I will say container, but in this case I will use the class to capture this paragraph, not the P tag. So I will just capture this class here and I will give a color, so for example purple. And for now I will just comment this code out so you can see how this works and click save. So as you can see, the text becomes purple and not orange, even though I have captured it in two different ways. But let's see what happens if I try to capture it with an ID. So I will say here container, and also I will use the ID, which is main, and I will give the same color, let's say green here, and click save. So in this case becomes green again. So this is exactly the same like writing this one here. We have just used a parent container and then we have captured the child in three different ways. But also there is one other example. So for example, here we can say div, like this. I'm capturing the div now, the parent, not with class but with this div, which is the element itself. And here, for example, I will use this main, which is the ID and is the strongest of them all. And then I will give a color here. So for example, let me give this color aqua and click save. So as you can see, still it stays green. And you might be asking, why is that? Because here we have used this div and the ID of the element, and still again here is the same thing. For example, we have used the container, which is capturing the div, and also again the ID. But even if I put this down here, because you might be thinking that this is the same thing, the div is the container and the main, it's the same thing. If I click save here, as you can see, still it stays green. So in order to understand that, I will just explain it to you very simply. So for the specificity, the CSS works like this. The 0 value belongs, for example, to the selector, which can be a p tag or a div or something like that. 1 comes for the classes, and then 2 comes for the IDs, like this. So using these numbers here, this will define how the style will apply. So for example, let's apply it this way. In this case here, we have a dot container, which is a class in this case. So let's add them. A class gives us one value, 1 here, let's say 1, plus this p tag gives us a 0 value, so let's say 0 here, and then this becomes 1. Let's continue here. We have again two classes in this case, so it's 1 plus 1, that gives us 2. Class here, class here. Let's go here. We have a class here, which is a container, 1 plus, in this case we have an ID. ID has the value 2, so 1 plus 2 here, and it will give us 3. In this case here, we have this div, which is 0 in this case, because these selectors belong to the 0 category, and 0 plus 2 is the ID. This will give us the value 2. So which is the largest number of them all is this one here, which gives us 3. So that's why it applies this color green. That's how specificity works. So always make sure to remember the ID is the strongest, then comes the class, and then the simple selectors like p or div or whatever is the name of the select. So I'm removing this for now, and also I'm removing this, and I will just leave again all these 3. Simple selector, then the text, which is the class, and also this main, and click save. Still we have this green color here. Now there is one more thing that you can override specificity entirely, and that is the important keyword. So for example, in this case, as you can see, we have this green color here because the ID is the strongest one. But if I come here, for example, to this blue and add this keyword important and click save, as you can see, now this text becomes blue because this important overrides specificity entirely. The moment we add this important keyword, the rule of the ID, class and simple selector doesn't apply anymore. And this might seem like a useful shortcut, but it's better to avoid using important keyword in real project because it breaks the natural cascade and makes debugging extremely difficult, and once you start using it, you often need more and more important rules to override the previous ones. Now let's talk about the cascade of CSS when specificity is equal. So in that case, I will remove this ID for now, and I will give another class here. So let's say hello and click save. So I have two classes right now, a text class and a hello class. So with text class, I have captured here already, and I have given this color red. So I will remove this ID and I will give this hello class another color, let's say purple, and I will also remove this selector here and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have captured the same element, but this element has two different classes. So to these two different classes that apply to the same element, I have used different styles. So in this case, it applies the purple color, and that's because this second class is written in the CSS code right after this text class. So if I take this text class and put it right here like this and click save, now it will become red. And that happens because both rules have identical specificity, one class each. So since red is written second, it wins. This is literally why it's called cascading style sheets. Rules cascade from top to this hello to the bottom to this text. And in this case, this overrides the first rule, so that's why the text becomes red. So in this case, the later rules override the earlier ones when specificity is equal. This is very important to know. The specificity is equal in this case. We are capturing the same element by the same method, by using a class. So the same thing would be, for example, if I capture p tag and also p tag. Again, I'm capturing in the same way, p tag here for this paragraph. And if I click save, still the red will win because it's on the bottom of this first rule. So if I take this again down here and click save, now it will become purple. And that is all about specificity and also the cascading rule. In this video, we're going to cover Flexbox, one of the most powerful and most used layout tools in modern CSS. Once you understand Flexbox, you will be able to build layouts that are flexible, responsive, and far cleaner than anything we have done before. So what is Flexbox? Flexbox is a one-dimensional layout system. It arranges items in a single direction, either rows or columns, and automatically handles spacing and alignment for you. So here, for example, I have a div with a class container and I have 3 children inside of this div, item 1 up to 3. So here now in the style.css I will capture this container and I will say here display flex and I will click save. So as you can see now, just by adding display flex to the container, the 3 items instantly line up in a row, as you can see. Without Flexbox, this would stack vertically, like you saw them before. For example, if we don't have this display flex, as you can see they stack vertically. But now with display flex, they are next to each other horizontally. That's the first magic of Flexbox. It handles the basic layout instantly. You might be asking why do these items appear next to each other? Because they are divs here and div is a block level element, but in this case I have put to their parent container here this display flex, so this makes them appear next to each other. Now we have another property that we can give to this container, which is the flex direction, and by default this is row, like this. So for example, if I click save here, as you can see nothing changed. So for example, even if I don't have this and click save, they will appear next to each other in a row, like this. So even if I add this line, nothing will change. But we can change the default behavior of the flex. For example, we can say here column, like this, and click save. So now they will appear like before, like we didn't have this flex at all. So that's one way to choose if we want the items to appear in column or row. We are just choosing here the direction of the flex that we want. We have 2 other values that we can give to this flex direction. For example, we can say column reverse, and if I click save here, item 3 will be the first one. And as you can see now, column reverse, it just reversed the list here and the item starts from 3 to 1. The same can be done with rows. For example, if I had this row like this, I can say here row reverse again, and it will start from the 3 to 1, as you can see. But now it will move it to the right because it's the reverse. It starts from the end in this case. Think of it like it starts from the right. 1, 2, 3. That's what the row reverse does. Now we have another property that we can give to this flex. So for now I will just leave this to row like this, which is the default behavior. And I will say here justify content like this. So justify content controls how items are spaced along the main axis. So which is the main axis in this case? The main axis in this case is the row that we have specified here, or which is the default behavior. As I said, row is the default behavior, but we can also choose column here. So in this particular case, we have the default axis row. So this is the row, and for now we are using the row as default axis. So justify content will control how the items are spaced along the main axis, which in this case is the row, as I said. So for example, here I can say center like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, the items are put in the middle of the page, but in the row in this case, not in the column, to put them right here, for example, or right here in the middle. This just centers them horizontally because we are using the row as the default axis in this case. And there are some other values that we can give to this justify content. For example, we can say flex start here and they will be put in the start of the page, or flex end like this and they will go to the end. Or we can say, for example, space between. In this case, they all have some space in between. Or we can say, for example, space evenly like this. And if we click save, as you can see now, we have space here, 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 and here. So this is even space in all cases. Also, you can use this space around, and now it's not even anymore, but they have some space around each other, as you can see. So these are the values that you can give to this justify content. But the most used in this case is this space between, and you will see this used a lot, for example, in navigation menus or footer links and so on. Now, another property that we can give to this container is this align items, like this. And we can give some values, as you can see. But for example, let's say align items to the center. Now, if I click save here, as you can see, nothing will change because the align items controls alignment on the cross axis. So for example, if the default or the one that we have specified here is the row, this will center them in the column. For example, what I mean by that is that if this container has a height of 500 pixels, let's say, and let me give a border so you can see the box, border to px solid red, like this, and click save. So for example, as you can see now, this is the box with a 500 pixels height, and now as you can see, this align items center that I've put here, it will align this item in the vertical direction in this case, and it will put them in the middle. So for example, if I don't have these align items, they will sit here at the top of the container, because this justify content, even if I say here center like this, they will just come here in the center in the row direction. So this justify content works with the default flex direction that is specified right now, while this align items, it will work with the other direction that it's not specified here. So for example, if I have a row here, justify content, it will align them based on the what value I give to the flex direction, while align items center, for example, it will center them on the cross axis, which means in columns in this case. So align items, it will center these three items based on the column, the other way around of what I've specified to the flex direction. So that's what happens here when I click save. So for example, here I have a row, and when I save this align items center, as you can see, they go to the middle of the page, but in the middle of the column, as you can see, because the justify content center just centered them horizontally, while in this case, align items centered them vertically. Now, if I wanted to do this the other way around, for example, I would do this. For example, if I have this flex direction and I choose here column like this and click save. So right now, as you can see, in this case, the justify content, it will work with the default value that I gave to the flex direction. So in this case, the justify content, it doesn't center them horizontally here in the row, but in this case, since we have chosen column as the default behavior for the flex direction, now the justify content will center them vertically, as you can see in the column here. So let's see now what this align item will do in this case. So if I click save here, now this will take them in the center, but this will work now with the row like this. This will be linked to the cross axis. The main axis in this case we have chosen column, so align items will work now with the cross axis, which is the row in this case. And that's why they went from here to the middle based on the row. So here we have a row in this case. Think of it like a border here where I'm putting my mouse, and they moved from here, went to the middle. Or I can say, for example, here flex end like this, and I will remove this row so you can see where this item go in this case. So now they won't go down here, but they will go here to the right. So as you can see, they went here. So if I just switch this, for example, I will say here row again, what will happen? So in this case, the justify content, it will work based on this flex direction, which is row. So they will go to the center. These items will be centered here at the top but in the center. While this align flex items, it will work with the column because we have row here. If I save it, for example, as you can see now they went here. We have the flex direction row, they are next to each other like this. Justify content in this case works with the row, and they are centered based on the horizontal direction, which is the row, and they are aligned to the flex end in the column direction. For example, if I say flex start here, they will go up here, as you can see, or if I just say center, again they will go to the middle. And this is a very good way to center items, something that was infamously difficult before Flexbox existed. Now, another value that we can give to this container is the gap. For example, we can say here gap 20 pixels, and this will give some space to these items as much as we need. For example, we can say even 50 here or whatever, and we will get some more space between the items. So this is a much cleaner way than adding margin to each individual items. For example, before using the Flexbox, we would add some margin right to this item 1 and some margin right to this item 2 in order to get these spaces. But now with gap we can use this just one property here, and we will get the space that we want between items. Now I will capture this item class here for the items, and I will give a property to this item which is the flex, like this. So for example, I can say here flex1, and remember, by capturing this class I have captured all these items because they share the same class, so they all will get the style that I apply here to this item. So for example, if I click save here to this item flex1, so what happened here is that with flex1 each item grows equally to fill all the available space, a simple and a perfect way to create equal width columns. So if you give one item, for example flex2, it gets twice the space as the other. So for example, let me give to the first item dot item first child like this, and I will say here flex2 like this and click save. So remember it like this. For example, for the first item I have two parts, while for the second item and for the third item I have two parts again, but each has one. So think of it like this. For example, I have two items with flex1 right now, the second item and the third item. So I will add it like this, 1 plus 1, and also the first item has the flex2, so I will say plus 2. So this, all of this equal to 4. What that 4 means is that if you separate all this space here from here to the left to the right in 4 different parts, 2 parts will have the item 1 and 1 part for the item 2, 1 part for the item 3. So for example, we can give some color to this so you can see. Let me give a background color, let's say for example this aqua, and I will close this height a little bit, let's make it 400. So if I click save here, as you can see right now, the item 2 and the item 3, they have the same width, while the item 1, just because I have said here flex 2, in this case this will be able to take 2 places. For example, if we put this item 2 and item 3 here, they will fit perfectly in this case, and this space here is the gap that we have given, which is 50 pixels. So if I remove this, for example, and leave them all with flex 1, in that case we would just have 3 parts, 3 equal parts. As you can see now, they are 3 equal parts. Now another value that we can give to this container is this, for example flex wrap, and we can say here no wrap, which is the default behavior, or we can say wrap. And if I click save here, nothing will happen, as you can see, but in order to show you what this does, I will just give to these items a min width 200 pixels and click save. So as you can see right now, the item 1 and 2 appear here and the item 3 went down here. So if I don't have this flex wrap, for example, look what will happen. The items will go out of this box because their min width is 200 pixels. They can't get smaller than that. So in order to avoid this, we add this flex wrap, and if we click save, as you can see now the items appear this way. So the first item here, the second item here, and if there is no space for the third item, it pushes to the bottom. If I try to to make this smaller, the window here, as you can see also the second item appears to the bottom. So let me make this a little bit smaller, 150 pixels, to make it more obvious. So right now, as you can see, we have 3 items again. So if I try to make the window smaller, this item 2 still will go down because it needs to save this minimum width. So up until here, for example, is the 150. If it goes below that, for example, if it tries to go 149 or something like that, it will go to the bottom like this. It will jump down here. And this is incredibly useful for image galleries or product grids and any layout where items should stay at a reasonable minimum size. So we just add this flex wrap here to the container and that will do the work. So it's basically just wrap or no wrap. The no wrap like this is the default behavior, and if you click save, as you can see, the items go out of this container. That's why we use the flex wrap with this value wrap here, and that puts the items inside the container and actually makes them responsive. So now let's see Flexbox in a real and common scenario, a navigation bar. So for example, I have a navigation bar here, and there inside I have a div which holds the logo. In this case I don't have a logo, but I have just right here logo, as you can see, and I have an unordered list which contains some links. As you can see, with list items I have inside some links, which is home, about and contact. So if I click save here, as you can see, without the CSS, that's how it looks. Here we have the logo and all 3 links. Now in the CSS, for example, for this nav, which is the container in this case, I have said display flex. So what that will do is that it will take these items, these children of this nav, which in this case the children of nav is this logo and this unordered list. So it will take this logo and it will make them sit next to each other. Also this justify content will give some space between them and align items center. In this case, since the main axis in this case is the row, this will center them based on the column. And we have give some padding, 20 pixels in each side. So let me change this color. For example, let's make it aqua. And if I click save here, as you can see, I would have a nav bar perfectly aligned. So as you can see now, I have said for this nav again display flex, which makes these items show up in the same row, and I've said here justify content space between, and that's the space here between this logo and between these 3 items, because here as childs of this nav I have this logo and this unordered list, and I have said here align items center in order to move them to the center, because if I don't include that, as you can see, this logo it goes on top in this case. And also even if I remove this dot links here, as you can see now these items will appear like this. So I will just leave this align items center in order to put that in the center. I've added some padding, as you can see, is this space here and this space here, and also this background color. Now for the links here inside, with this dot links I've captured this unordered list which has these 3 children inside, and I've said display flex because the default behavior it looks like this. But now the moment I say display flex, this unordered list here becomes with display flex and put this 3 items in the same row, and it gives a gap of 30 pixels. And if I click save, for example, as you can see now they are in the same row, and this list style just removes the bullet points. So if I don't have that, as you can see we have these bullet points here. In order to remove the bullet points from the list, we just add this list style none and then click save, and as you can see we don't have them anymore. Again, here for example we can change the flex direction. For example, we can say flex direction column like this, and they will appear as a column, but we don't want that for navbar, so we don't include this flex direction here. And also again here for the navbar, again we can say that flex direction column, and in this case it will show the logo on top and also these 3 list items, which in this case are display flex, that's why they appear in the same row. So always make sure to remember that display flex turns the container into a Flexbox layout system, and flex direction controls whether items flow horizontally or vertically. Justify content spaces items along the main axis. The main axis by default is a row like this, and we can specify the main axis by this flex direction property, which by default, as I said, is row. So this justify content spaces items based on this main axis, which is row in this case, while this align items, spaces items, based on the cross axis, which in this case, for example, if I say here flex direction row, the cross axis are columns. And gap also creates space between elements, as you can see. And that is all about Flexbox. In this video, we're going to cover Grid, a two-dimensional layout system that lets you work with both rows and columns simultaneously, making it incredibly powerful for complex layouts. While Flexbox is one-dimensional and items flow in single direction, Grid is two-dimensional. You can control both rows and columns at the same time, creating structured and grid-based layouts. So as you can see here, I have a div parent container and I have given a class grid, and also I have some items inside of this grid with numbers from 1 to 6. So here on style.css, as you can see, I have said for the parent container display grid, and I have said here grid template columns 1 fractions 3 times. So by doing this, I have said here that I want to create 3 columns and their width will be equally of 1 fraction each. Also, I have said here gap 20 pixels, so I want a gap of 20 pixels between these 3 columns. So if I click save here, as you can see, now I have 3 separate columns and I have a gap here of 20 pixels on the vertical side and also on the horizontal side. But here in this grid template columns, I can say again 1 fraction, and this will create me 4 different columns. So if I click save, as you can see, now I have 4 different columns, but their width, as you can see, it's equal. For these columns also I can give also the width based with pixels. So for example, for the first column I can say here 80 pixels, for the second one 100 pixels, and for the third one let's say 150 pixels, as you can see. And if I click save, as you can see, now the first column is 80 pixels wide, the second one 100, and the third one is 150. So each value here sets a column width. But there is a more powerful unit we saw earlier, which is fraction, which stands for fractional unit. So I will change it like it was before to this 3 columns with 1 fraction each. And there is one short method that I can write this, because if I want, for example, 10 columns with 1 fraction each, I would have to type this 1 fraction here 10 times, but that's not a very good usage of this grid template columns. So here, for example, I would say here repeat like this, and I will type the number of repeating. So for example, if I want 3 columns, I will type here 3 like this and 1 fraction like this. But this repeat works only if we need these 3 columns to be widely equal. So I'm removing this, and if I click save, as you can see, nothing changes because it's the same thing. But for example, if I want 5 columns here, I can say 5, and if I click save, now I have 5 columns, but now they are equal to each other. But also here I can say, for example, I want 3 columns with 2 fractions each. So if I click save, now they are a little bit bigger. Or if I want 2 with 2 fractions each, now they take a little bit more space. But you can also mix this with autofit and autofill for truly responsive grids that adjust column count automatically. So for example, here we can say inside this repeat, I will remove this, and I will say here, for example, autofit like this, and also min max, I will say 80 pixels here, and then 1 fraction, and then click save. So right now, as you can see, this min max, what it does is that one item of this can't be less than 80 pixels, while the maximum is 1 fraction. It will span up to 1 fraction, but the minimum, it can't go below the 80 pixels. That's what this min max does. While this autofit, in order to show you what this does, for example, I will just remove these items. I will just leave 2 items in this case and click save. So as you can see, now I have 2 items. The maximum can be 1 fraction and the minimum 80 pixels. But for example, here I've used autofit, and this stretches the item to fill all this space here. But look what happens if I say autofill here and click save. So right now, as you can see, there is room for 2 more items here based on this 80 pixels, which is the minimum of this column that we have set here. So autofill leaves space for other elements. So for example, if I add another element here, let me add just the third element and click save. So now as you can see, the third element appears right here. While if I just put this auto fit here and click save, as you can see, it tries to take the full available space. So that's the difference between auto fit and auto fill. Now this makes it completely responsive. So for example, if I say the min width here 100 pixels, for now it won't change anything, but if I try to make this window smaller, as you can see now the third element, it went to the bottom because it can't go below this 100 pixels. If I make the window smaller, it tries to go below that 100 pixels, but this min max, it won't allow it, so it pushes to the next line. That's what this method does in this case. It makes it responsive. And like we did with flex, for example, when we typed flex 1 or flex 2, we can do that again here with grid. So for example, if I have just 3 columns here with 1 fraction each, and let me add also these 3 items. Let me add actually some more items here in order to make this visible. 7, 8 and 9 and click save. So right now, as you can see, we have these 3 columns, 1 fraction each. But for example, for the first column, I can say I wanted 2 fraction here and then 1 and 1. So if I click save here, as you can see now, it's again the same thing like we used to say with flex. For example, we used to say 1 or 2 like this. We can do that here with these 2 fractions. So for example, for the first column, I want to take the space of 2 fractions, while the second one and the third one, they just have 1 fraction each and they are equal to each other. Now, like we have done this grid template columns, we can do the same with grid template rows, and we can give for each row a different height. So for example, for the first row, I want 100 pixels height. For the second row, I want 150 pixels height, and for the third, let's make it 200 pixels and click save. So as you can see right now, the first row has 100 pixels height. The second row, as you can see, it's a little bit bigger than the first one because it has this 150 pixels, and the last one is 200 pixels height. Usually you don't need this because the row size automatically it's based on the content, but it's useful when you need extra control. Now, another thing that I can show you here is, for example, if I want this first item to be featured and to be a little bit more bigger than the other ones, I will take this class here, I will come here and I will say featured, and for now I will remove this height for these items and I will make each of them equal so you can see it. And for this featured item that I've captured, which is this first item here, I want to make it, for example, take 2 places here, only the first item. So in order to do that, I will just say grid column like this, and I will say 1/3. So this will start from the first place here and it will end before the third element. So before the third element is right here. So if I click save, as you can see right now, the first item become bigger and it went until here and it pushed 1 element to the bottom. And you can do the same also for the row. You can say here grid row and you can do the same 1/3 for example and click save. So right now, as you can see, it took the place of these 2 other elements that were here. So that's how it works. And one other thing that you can do, for example, if you want this first element to go from the starting all the way up to the end, you can say it like this. You can put -1 here. It will go to the end, as you can see. So now let's look at a practical example. As you can see here, I have a dashboard and I have a header, a sidebar, a main content and a footer. So here on the style.css for the dashboard, which has these elements inside of it, I have said display grid in order to create a grid layout. And for the grid template columns, I have said 200 pixels and 1 fraction. So as you can see here, for the sidebar here, I have said 200 pixels and 1 fraction is for the main content. So that's why the main content is a little bit bigger than the sidebar. For example, if I say 100 pixels for the sidebar here, it will make the sidebar a little bit smaller. So that's what this does. And also for the grid template rows, in this case, as you can see, I have 3 rows because I want the sidebar and main content to appear next to each other, while header and footer, I want them to the top and to the bottom. So I have 3 rows. And in this case, I'll say auto and auto for the first and for the last row, and 1 fraction fraction for the second row. So this auto, what it does is that it's like writing here 0 fraction like this, but we don't want to say that, we just say auto here and it will take the space automatically as it needs, while this 1 fraction will take all this space here in the middle. Now for the header, as you can see, I have said grid column starting from the starting point here and all the way up to the end. That's why I have put this -1 here and it goes up to the end. I've done the same also for the footer in order to take all this place here. And all of this layout is controlled purely by CSS Grid, no extra markup needed. Now a quick question you might have is that when should I use Grid or Flexbox? You need to know that they are not competitors, they are complements. It's better to use Flexbox for simple and one-dimensional layouts. You work with Flexbox when you need to style something only in one direction, horizontal or vertical. While using Grid, you can use both of the dimensions for both rows and columns. And it's better to use for page layouts, dashboards, and complex component structures. But it's not unusual to use both in the same projects. For example, you can use a Grid for page layout and Flexbox, for example, for a navbar. So let me show you that. So for example, here inside this header, I will remove this header content here and I will say nav here like this. And inside this nav, I will add a div, which would be a logo here. And inside of that, I will put unordered list with 3 items here, which can be links, item 1, and so on. I will copy that 2 more times, item 2, item 3. These are actually links in this case. So I will say link and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have a nav bar, but for this dashboard, I'm using Grid, as you can see here on the style. So for this header, I have this nav inside and I will use inside this nav display flex in order to make this look better. So I will say here justify content space between in order to move those links to the right, and I will say align items center in order to move this logo to the center. Now for these links, again, I would have to say unordered list. For that I will use again display flex in order to make them show up in the row direction. So if I save here, as you can see now they are on the row direction. I will just give a gap here of, let's say, 30 pixels like this, as you can see. And also I will remove that bullet points by this list style saying none. As you can see right now I have a navigation bar, and what I wanted to tell you here is that, for example, we can use both the Grid and also the Flexbox inside the project. So as you can see, I have for the dashboard I've used the Grid in order to create this layout, and for the navbar, which is the header of this page, I've used Flex. So that is totally fine to use both of them in one project. So in order to summarize the Grid, I would say that display grids creates a 2-dimensional layout system, and Grid template columns, like this property here, defines columns, how many columns we want, and you can use pixel values or fractional units. Grid template rows, on the other hand, defines row heights, which are usually optional, and grid column and grid row make items span multiple columns or rows, and gap adds just space between grids items. Also, using that repeat method that I showed you with AutoFit creates responsive grids that adjust automatically. And that is all about the display grid property. In this video we're going to cover shadows, box shadow and text shadow, two simple but incredibly effective properties for adding depth and visual interest to your designs. So as you can see here, I have a div element saying hello with this class box. So on the style.css I've added this width and height to this box and the background color of white. So I've added this background color of white in purpose because that's the default behavior of the browser. So right now you can't see this box until I add a border here, 1 pixel, for example, solid red. And as you can see, this is the box in this case. But right now I won't use this border in order to make this box visible, but I will use the box shadow. I will say here, for example, 10 pixels, 10 pixels again, 20 pixels, and RGBA for the color. So here I will say 0, 0, 0, and here 0.5 and click save. So as you can see now the box becomes visible. I will give some margin to this box in order to move it a little bit down here. I will say 50 pixels. So the syntax for this box shadow property is that we can give 10 pixels of the horizontal side of the shadow. So for example, if I say here 50 pixels, as you can see the shadow appears more to the right. Also I can do the same for this 50 pixels here, and this will make it look a little bit more to the vertical side on the bottom, as you can see. While this 20 pixels stands for the blur effect. So for example, if I leave this 0, as you can see now it gives me this color, but it doesn't look anymore like a shadow, it looks just like a color. So that's why I need to add some blur effect here by writing this 20 pixels, and it makes it look like it's blurred, as you can see. And the last value here is the color, where in this case I have chosen this black and it's semi-transparent because I have put this 0.5 on the alpha, and that makes it look like this. But if you want it to look a little bit more, you can say 0.9, and as you can see it looks a little bit more darker, but 0.5 in this case it's okay. So always remember that the first value stands for the horizontal shadow, the second value for the vertical shadow, the third value is how blurry you want this shadow to look, and the last value is the color that you want. For example, you can change this color, you can make it red like this, and it will appear red, as you can see. And if I want the shadow to appear, for example, only on the right, I will say here 20 pixels and 0 pixels for the vertical side. And as you can see right now, it appears only on the right. I can do the same for the vertical side. If I want it only on the vertical side, as you can see now, it doesn't show anymore to the right as much as it shows on the vertical side. And one other thing to know is that you can use negative values here. So for example, if I want it on the vertical side but here on top, I would say here minus 20 pixels, and as you can see now it appears on top. The same can be done with horizontal side. For example, we can say here minus 20 pixels, and now it moves also a little bit to the left, and that's how you can use the shadow. But it's not very useful this way. It's always better to keep this like this. For example, on the bottom it looks better, but all that depends on you and how you wanna style a box. One other thing to know is that you can use multiple shadows. So for example, I will just copy this, and right after this, with a comma here separated, I will give another shadow like this. I will just make this, for example, 50 pixels here, and let's make it 30 and 30 for both of the sides, horizontal and vertical, and I will give another color. Let's make this red and click save. So as you can see now we have a black shadow and also a red shadow below that, and we can give as many shadows as we want. We just type this comma and we can continue. From here we can give more shadows. For example, we can give another one here, and let's make this green. For example, let's change this 50 for example, to make them look a little bit more down of this red. So as you can see now we have 3 separate shadows here for this box. This is not very good looking, but I just wanted to let you know that you can use multiple shadows inside of this box shadow property. So I'll just remove them for now, and I will keep only this first shadow here. Now one thing to know is that, for example, as you can see, shadow by itself is external. It goes outside of this box, but there is one method that you can make the shadow go inside the box. So you just type here inset like this, and let's make them 10 pixels each and click save. So right now, as you can see, the shadow goes inside the box by just writing this inset. This is commonly used for buttons when they are pressed, or for input fields to add visual depth. Now let's look at a practical example. So as you can see here, I have a div with this class card and 2 elements, a h2 tag and also this paragraph. So on the style.css, I have given this card 300 pixels width with this background color white and also some padding with border radius 8 pixels to make the borders round, and I've applied a box shadow only on the vertical side. As you can see here, we don't have a shadow on the horizontal side. I have put the 0 pixels here, the blur 15 pixels, and this is 0.1 of this black color. So this is a small subtle shadow with low opacity, and this is the sweet spot for modern design. It gives the card just enough depth to feel elevated without being overwhelming. overwhelming. You can leave it as many as you want. For example, you can say 0.8 here and you will see this shadow a little bit more. But 0.1, as I said, is the sweet spot and you can see it totally fine. So now let's talk about the text shadow. So I will capture this H2 here and I will say text shadow, and the values are exactly the same. For example, you can use 2 pixels, 2 pixels, 2 pixels on the horizontal side and 2 pixels on the vertical side, and now we apply the blur, so let's say 4 pixels, and then we give a color, RGBA, for example, let's give this, but let's make this 0.5 in this case to make it more visible, and click save. So right now, as you can see, this my card here, which is the H2, got this text shadow. If you want to make that more obvious, you can say 0.9 here, and as you can see now it got a little bit more shadow. Again, you can add multiple shadows here by just adding this comma here, and you can continue to give as many shadows as you want. For example, right here, if you give another color, let's make it red or whatever, and click save, as you can see now we have a black shadow and also this red shadow that I just added, but I'm removing that for now and I'm leaving this 0.5 and click save. Now, in order to add some strong text shadows, for example, you can leave this 0 both for the horizontal and for the vertical side, and you can make this 20 pixels of blur, and then you can give this, for example, this green color here that I will add, and click save. So as you can see right now, this adds a shadow all around it by adding this 0 and 0 here, and this is a strong glow effect with a large blur and bright color. This is common for headers on dark backgrounds or for gaming designs, for example. And that is all I wanted to show you about box shadow and text shadow. In this video, we're going to cover opacity and visibility, two ways to make elements transparent or hide them, but they work very differently. So here, as you can see, I have a div with this class box saying hello. So on the style.css, I've applied some width and height to this box and I've given a color. So the first property that we will look at is the opacity. And if I click save here, as you can see, nothing will change. So at opacity 1, the box is fully visible. So let's change that. For example, let's say here 0.5 and click save. So as you can see now, the box becomes less visible. Or for example, if you say 0 here, as you can see now, it's completely gone. You can't see it anymore. 0.1, for example, it is a bit visible, but we can't see it very well, and so on. You get the idea. This starts from 0 up to 1. 1 is the fully visible, as I said. And it's good to know that opacity affects all of the elements inside the div. So for example, even if I have inside this div a paragraph, so let's put this hello inside the paragraph here and click save. So right now, if I say here, for example, 0.4, as you can see now, even that paragraph becomes less visible just because it's inside this box where we have applied this opacity 0.4. You can't selectively make just the background transparent while keeping the text opaque. Opacity is an all or nothing property for the entire element. If you want to make the background transparent, use RGBA color values instead, which we covered in the colors video. So for example, for the background color, if you want to change that, you can use this RGBA. For example, here, RGBA like this. Let's make this red color here. And as you can see now, we are using this RGBA, but we are not using the full red color here because we are saying 0.4. If we say 1 here, now you see the full red color. So by adding this 0.5 like this, we make the background color less visible while keeping the paragraph here inside visible. In order to make also the paragraph a little bit less visible, we apply that opacity here. So we say here 0.5, for example, and now also this opacity here applies also to the background but also to the paragraph, while this background color applies only to the color here by using this RGBA here, not to the paragraph. So that's the difference. So opacity just makes the element visible or not by the concept of transparency. Now let's look at the visibility property, which here you can say hidden or visible. The default behavior is visible like this. So I will remove this opacity for now, and also I will make this fully red. so you can see the color here. And by default, as I said, the visibility is visible, so you can see the box here. But if I say hidden, for example, and click save, right now you can't see it anymore. The box disappears completely. But one thing to know is that with this visibility hidden, the object is still here, but only we can't see it. So for example, if I add another box here and click save, but for this box I will add another class, let's say box number 2 here, and I will give some style to this box number 2. Let's give again the same style and click save. So right now, as you can see, we saw this before actually in the course, but I'm saying it one more time. So with this visibility hidden for the first box, this just hides the first box, but the box is still here. We just can't see it. That's why this second box, it doesn't go right here to take the place of the first box. So what I showed you before in the course was this. For example, when we say here display none and click save, in this case, the display now removes that first box completely. So that box doesn't exist anymore to the layout. So that's why the second box jumps in the place where the box 1 was before. So this display none is different from this visibility hidden. This visibility hidden, it saves the place of that box. So that box is still right here when we have this visibility hidden. We just can't see it. So which one you should actually use? We use display none when you want an element completely removed from the layout, like hiding a sidebar or a model that shouldn't exist on the page at all. And use visibility hidden when you need to keep the layout intact but just hide the element visually. And opacity, you need to use that when you want to create transparency or fade effects, especially combined with transitions for smooth animations. So here I will show you an example. So I will just remove this box 2 here because I don't need it anymore. And I will also remove this visibility and display none, and I will add here opacity. I will say 1 to make this first box visible, and I will say here transition like this. I will say opacity here, and I will say 0.3 seconds is like this, and that's all. Now to this box I will just add a hover effect, which is a pseudo class, and then I will say here opacity 0.7 like this and click save. So now the moment I input my mouse inside this box, this will be less visible. So as you can see, it changes. So in order to make that more visible, I will say here 0.2 and click save. So right now when I input my mouse, as you can see, it becomes less visible. And that is how button hover effects, image galleries and fade-in animations work on real websites. So that's all about opacity and visibility. In this video, we're going to cover transitions and how to smoothly animate CSS property changes over time, instead of having them change instantly. So here, as you can see, I have a button saying hover me with this class btn. So I have applied to this class btn some margin and some style, and I've added a pseudo class here saying btn hover. So when I hover this button, the color will change, the background color from royal blue, it will go fully blue, and the color which is black right now saying hover me will become white, and also transform scale 1.1. So the default behavior right now, as you can see, is like this. This scale 1.1, it will make this button a little bit bigger. So for example, if I hover on that now, as you can see, the background become completely blue, the text become white, and this button now it's a little bit bigger than before. For example, I can say here 1.5, that will make it a lot more bigger, but 1.1 is very fine. But as you can see now, when I hover it, it changes directly, and that doesn't look very good. So let's make that smooth with a transition. So inside this button here, I would say transition like this and 0.4 seconds, for example, and let's say is like this and click save. So the moment I put my mouse in, as you can see, the changes are smoother. So all of that change happens in 0.4 seconds. Now let's look at the transition properties. So I will remove this transition here and I will say transition property. For example, we can say all here, and this will apply the transition to all things that can change on an effect like hover or active or whatever it is. But for example, in this case, I can say here only the background color, and click save. Now I will need to specify the transition duration. So I will say here transition duration, and I will say here 0.4 seconds. And also I need to specify the transition timing function here, which can be one of these, for example. It doesn't matter, so I'm choosing this is. They are all different, but for now let's use this is here. And also transition delay, this one here, and we can put 0 seconds like this and click save. So right now if I hover this element, as you can see, only the color changes smoothly because I have specified here that the transition property needs to be this background color. But I can say here only color, for example, and click save. So right now the color of this hover me will change smoothly. So as you can see, only the hover me changes smoothly. And if I say all here, this will apply to all the properties here, and in this case that transition will apply to the background color, to the color, and to the transform. So if I click save here, as you can see, now all of them are changed smoothly. It becomes bigger smoothly, it changes the hover me color smoothly, and also the background color. The duration is how long the animation takes in order to complete, while the timing function controls the speed curve, and the transition delay is how long before the transition starts. So for example, if I say here 1 second and click save, right now as you can see, if I input the mouse, it will take some time, which is 1 second, then the transition will happen. That's what this transition delay does. And it's good to know that, for example, here if you don't want all of them, you can not just list only one like this, but you can list also other properties, for example transform here, and click save. So right now only the color and only this transform will work, not the background color. The background from royal blue to blue, it will change instantly. So in order to make that more visible, I will say here red, and the red color will come instantly, while the color which is black, it will change to white smoothly along with this transform. So if I try that now, as you can see, now the red color applies immediately, while after 1 second the hover me changes from black to white, and also the button becomes bigger a little bit late after 1 second. So that's how you can do it. Or as I said before, you can leave it to all and it will apply to all the things you write for the animation. This transition timing function controls how the animation accelerates and decelerates. So for example, if I say here linear like this, linear moves at constant speed throughout. And let me move this, for example, to 0.5 seconds. And right now if I try to hover it, it will move at a constant speed. So as you can see, all of them change in a constant speed. So let's try ease in, for example, and click save. So as you can see, ease in starts slow and then speeds up, while ease out is the opposite. It starts fast and slow down, while just ease, as I had it before like this, is the default and it's balanced between the two. So for example, I didn't try this ease out. This just starts fast and then slows down. So as you can see, it starts fast and then it slows down. Now let's look at the shorthand syntax. So for example, here you can just say transition, and first of all you just specify the transition duration, 0.4 seconds for example, and then you specify this is, which is the timing function, and then specify the delay. In this case I want no delay, I will say 0, not 0.5, and then in the end you specify the transition property. In this case I have it all, so I will write it all. So if I just comment this out and click save, I need to put also this second here for the delay because I don't want delay, and click save. So right now if I try to hover it, as you can see, it works exactly the same like I showed you in the beginning. But I just wanted to let you know that these are the transition properties that you can use. And also there is a simple way also to write this. You just remove this 0 second and all because that's the default behavior, and you just write the timing of the function, which is in this case, and this 0.4 seconds, which is the transition duration. And if you click save here, as you can see, it's exactly the same thing. Also, one other thing to know is that you can animate different properties with different speeds by listing them separated by commas. So for example, here in this button, I will say for the first transition, I will say background color like this, and I will say 0.4 seconds is, while I will put a comma here and I will say for the transform 1 second here, and then is again and click save. So what this will do is that it will apply this transition to the background color, which is 0.4 seconds, and that will happen directly, almost directly, from royal blue to red. I will remove this color here for now because I don't need it, and the transform, it will take 1 second in order to scale 1.1. So right now if I try to hover it, as you can see, the red become almost directly, and then the scale happened a little bit later. So as you can see, the red changes almost directly because it has the less time here. So for example, if I say 3 seconds here in order to make it more obvious and try to hover it, as you can see, now becomes red, but then it becomes larger. So let me make this 1.5 here to make it more obvious. Now, the moment I hover, it will become red almost instantly. Then it will take a little bit more time to scale up to 1.5. As you can see, it become red almost directly, and then it scaled. So let's look at this practical example where I have this div here with a class card, and I have this h2 tag saying my card, and also this paragraph, as you can see it on the browser. So right now to this card I have applied some background color. I have added this box shadow, so you can see this shadow a little bit here, and also as you can see, I've applied the transition of 0.3 seconds, and the timing function is in this case. Now when I try to hover this card, the box shadow, it will become more blurry, and it will go, as you can see, from 4 to the vertical side to 12 pixels, and also it will become more visible from 0.1 to 0.3. But actually let's make this 0.5 to make it more visible, and also this transform translate y minus 10 pixel, it will make this card move from its place. So if I try to hover, as you can see, it moves 10 pixels to the top. It changes the position of the card in this case with this translate y, and also it applies this box shadow to become more visible. So as you can see, when I hover it, it makes the card go a little bit to the top, and also it shows this box shadow and makes it look more visible. So in this case, the card smoothly lifts up and the shadow deepens on hover. This is exactly the kind of interaction you see on every modern website, and that is used also for buttons. When you click them, you just hover them, for example, and they lift up a little bit and they show a shadow below them. One thing to know is that we are covering transitions now, which smoothly animate between two states like normal and hover. In a future video we will cover animations with keyframes, which give you more control over multiple steps and can run without any trigger like hover or active or something like that. So let's make a quick summary. The transition property smoothly animates CSS changes over time. Transition duration sets how long it takes, while transition timing function controls the speed curve. Is the most common that you need to use, like I've done here for example, but you can choose whatever you want. And transition property specifies which properties animate, or use all for everything, for example, like I've showed you. You can list multiple transitions with different timings, and transitions are especially powerful on hover effects for buttons and cards. In this video we're going to cover transforms, CSS methods to move, rotate, scale and skew elements without affecting the document flow. So here, as you can see, I have a div with this class box saying hello, as you can see it on the screen. So here on the style.css, as you can see, I have given some width and height to this box and also a background color. So if I click save here, as you can see, it applies the color and also this width and height. So now what is this transform property? The transform property lets you modify how an element appears and behaves on the screen. It can be like rotating, moving or stretching it, all without changing the layout of the page. So let's start with the common one. So here to this transform property, I will just say translate X, for example, and let's say 50 pixels. And if I click save, let's see what happens on the screen. So as you can see now, this box has moved 50 pixels on the right side. This is kinda exactly like position relative when you used to move the object from one place, but the other objects wouldn't jump to the place where this box was. So we can move this box just visually, and we can put it wherever we want it on the screen. For example, I can say here also 100 pixels and I move it a little bit more. But as you can see, with this translate X, I can move it only on the right. But what happens, for example, if I input some negative value here? So let's say, for example, minus 50 pixels and click save. So as you can see now, it moves to the left. I can't see the content anymore. And that's how you move this box to the left and to the right, depending on the value that you input here to this translate X. But there is another way actually to move this, but in a vertical way, and that's it, translate Y here. And I can say, for example, let's say 100 pixels here, and I will bring this back on the screen, let's say 50 pixels. And as you can see now, I have moved this box only 100 pixels to the bottom. But as you can see, I also have this translate X, which I expect to move it 50 pixels on the right. But as you can see, only one of these will work. So the last one, which is in the code, it will work. The last one is this translate Y, which pushes the object to the bottom with 100 pixels. So if I change the position of them, I put this translate X here on the bottom and click save. As you can see now, the box, it will go only 50 pixels on the right. This won't work, which is before this property here. And again, you can use that negative value for the translate Y like this. I will just comment this and click save. So as you can see now, I have minus 100 pixels and it has moved on the top, so I can't see it anymore. But what if you want to move it, this box, for example, 30 pixels on the right and let's say 50 pixels on the bottom? You can't do that by saying here just transform and translate like this without an X and Y, and you can say, for example, 30 pixels here, comma 50 pixels like that, and I will just delete this because we don't need it anymore and click save. So right now, as you can see, I have moved it 30 pixels on the right and 50 pixels on the bottom. So I will just give a bigger value here so you can see it, 80 pixels on the right and let's say 250 pixels on the bottom. So let's click save, and as you can see now, it's 80 pixels on the right and 250 pixels on the bottom. And this is often combined with transitions for smooth movement effects. So now let's talk about scale. Scale just changes the size of an element. So for example, if I say here scale and let's say 1.5, as you can see now the box become bigger. Or if I say 2 here, it will become more bigger. As you can see, it gets gigantic, and the default is 1. So 1, if I say just 1 here, is the default behavior with this width and height that I have just given. So that's what scale does in this case. When I just write here 1.5, this means 150% of the original size. So just 50% larger. A value of 1 is the normal size, as I said, while 0.5, for example, is the half of the size. So as you can see now, it becomes the half of the size. You can also scale X and Y to scale only one axis. For example, you can say here scale X like this, and let's say 1.2. And as you can see now, it has stretched only on the right. If I want to stretch it on the vertical side, I would do this. So as you can see now, it's stretched in this vertical side. So now let's talk about the rotate function here, which actually rotates an element starting from its center, and it's measured in degrees. So for example, if I want to rotate this box 45 degrees, I would just say here 45 degrees like this and click save. So as you can see now, it has rotated 45 degrees. I can say, for example, even 90 degrees here and click save. So as you can see now, I just rotated it 90 degrees. But I can also give here a negative value like this, and I will say minus 20 degrees like this and click save. So as you can see now, it's rotated backwards. So always remember that positive values go clockwise while negative values go counterclockwise. Now let's see at another function, which is this skew here, like this, and the skew distorts an element by slanting it. So for example, if I say here skew X, and I will just say here 20 degrees like this and click save, as you can see now, it has changed its position like this. The skew is less commonly used than the other functions that I just told you about, but it's useful for design effects and parallax scrolling. So I can do that even with Y here and click save, so it will change its position like like this. So let me give some margin here so you can see what happens. So as you can see, it has moved the box like this. Or you can give here a bigger value, for example 50 degrees, and as you can see it changes completely. So that's what skew can do. Or you can give also a negative value and it will change its position like this. But as I said, it's not very used like the other functions. Now, one other thing that you can do with this transform property is that you can combine transforms in a single statement, just separated by spaces. So for example, I would just say here translate X like this, and I would just say 50 pixels. Then here I will rotate this box by 45 degrees like this, and also I want it to scale 1.2 and click save. So as you can see now, I have moved 50 pixels on the right, I have rotated 45 degrees, and I have scaled it 1.2. But if you want, I can make that a little bit smaller so you can see better. So as you can see now, I have moved 50 pixels on the right, I have rotated 45 degrees, or I can say here 90 degrees, and as you can see, I have scaled it 0.5, so I have made it half the size that it was. Remember here, you don't need to put the commas, you just add some space and it will work. Now, one important thing to know is that the transforms by default happen around the center of the box, but transform origin changes where the origin point is. So for example, here you can say transform origin like this, and you might say for example top left, and let me bring this back where it was. So I have this margin now 50 pixels, that I've moved 50 pixels here and 50 pixels here so you can see the box more clearly, and I have just changed the transform origin from the center of the element. I have said top left, so whatever transform I apply now, it will apply from the top left. So for example, if I want to rotate it right now, and I will just say here rotate 45 degrees, let's say, it will look different from before. So as you can see now, it rotated from here, not from the center of the box. So let me show you the difference real quick. So if I just remove this and just say rotate 45 degrees, as you can see now, it has rotated from here, because the default box was right here. So if I just say transform rotate 45 degrees without changing the transform origin, just look at it. I will click save and it will rotate from here. So as you can see, it's still here. It has rotated from this point here on the center. But look what happens if I just bring it back where it was, like this, and I will change the origin to top left, so it will start rotating from here. And I will say here 45 degrees again. Now the box won't just stay with its center here, but it will rotate from here, it will go like this, down here. So as you can see now, it rotated from here and it went a little bit more to the left, because it rotated from this top left point. I can also say top right like this, so it rotates from this point here, which in the beginning was right here, and if I click save, as you can see now it went upwards because it rotated 45 degrees on this point. But in order to make more obvious, I would just say minus 45 degrees, so you can see it like this. Now from the top right, it has gone in this way, minus 45 degrees. So basically that's what you can do with this transform origin. You just change the transform origin from the center to wherever you want. You can say bottom left or bottom right and so on. So let's look now at a practical example. Here I have a button saying click me with this class btn. So to this class I have applied some style, also transitions to make the transform smoother in this case. And to this button on hover, I will just scale it 1.1, so it will make the button a little bit bigger, and also it will rotate it minus 2 degrees. So I will give some margin to this button actually in order to move it a little bit down, 50 pixels, so you can see it. And now if I try to hover this button, you will see how it scales and also it rotates. So as you can see, it rotates and also it makes the button a little bit bigger. So that's how you can use the transform property in your projects. In this video, we're going to cover animations and keyframes, how to create complex and multi-step animations that can run continuously or be triggered by events, giving you complete control over motion. So as you can see here, I have a div with this class box saying animate me, and on the style.css to this box I have given a position relative and also some width and height and this background color. Now in order to add an animation, I will just say here animation property, and for example here it suggests all the fields that you can enter to this animation property. As you can see, there are a lot of fields right here, but we will see that a little bit later. So for now I will just say animation like this, and I will define an animation here. So let's say slide. This will be the name of the animation that we will create. So 2 seconds, I will say the time for the animation to happen. It will take 2 seconds. And is in out, I will say this is the timing function, how it will behave. For example, as I said before, it will start slowly, then go fast or something like that. And I want this animation infinite. So this means it will continue to run infinitely. It will never stop. That's what this infinite does in this case. So right now if I click save, nothing will happen because I have defined an animation here to this property, but as you can see I have this slide animation name which I need to create with a keyframe. So I will just come here, for example, and I will say add like this and then keyframes like this. Then here after this keyword keyframes with an add before, I will just type this name here, slide like this, so I can define this animation in order to make it work here. So then I will open these curly braces and then here, for example, I will say from, and inside this from, for example, I will just say here left 0. So this is the starting point. Right now it's left 0 and top 0, so this box, it appears right here. So I will just say from this point, from the starting point, I want it to go to, I will say here, and then I will say, for example, left, I will change its position with 300 pixels. So right now if I try to click save, this box, it will go from the starting point and it will move 300 pixels from the left side. So if I click save right now, as you can see, it started moving. From the starting point it goes like this, and as you can see it's infinitely, it just goes and goes because I have said here infinite. And you can put these keyframes, it doesn't matter, you can put it also here above this box and it will still work, as you can see. It's important to define this slide that I put here, the name needs to be the same. So this animation knows that this slide animation is already defined in this CSS file. So as you can see it right now, it reads it from here. So that's basically the animation structure. Now for more control, you can use percentages instead of this from and to, because this from is the starting point and to is the ending point, so right here where it goes. So I will create another animation here. I will just say keyframes like this, and I will just say here bounce, for example, and let's say from the 0%, which is the starting point, in this case I will just say transform, translate y, I will make it 0. Then on the 50%, I will just say, for example, transform again, translate y, minus 100 pixels, and then on the 100%, which is the end of the animation, I will just say again transform, translate to y, 0. If I click save, still this animation will work because that's what I've put here. I have still this slide animation, but what if I just change it and put this bounce here and click save? So as you can see, it goes up and it goes down again. So I will just make this positive value here actually and click save. So as you can see it now, this animation, it goes from here to the end and then it goes back. Remember that animation here slide, for example, look what it does. It just goes right here and then it doesn't go back smoothly, but it goes directly, as you can see. So I don't want that. I actually want to bounce it, for example, and as you can see now it goes below and then goes up smoothly again. So if I wanted to rotate this box, I would just change this to rotate like this. Rotate here, and the 0 0 I will leave this, and also here I would just say 360 degrees like that and click save. So as you can see now it just rotates it, but also I need to add some movement. So if I want to make this actually move to the right and then come back, and also this rotation to happen in the middle before this rotate, I will just say translate x, and for the starting point I will make it 0. Also for the ending point here I want it 0 again, and for the middle point I will just say here for example 300 pixels and click save. So right now as you can see it goes rotating to the right and then rotating to the left. So here you have an animation which makes this box rotating and also moving from the right to the left. And you can create a lot of things like that depending on your choice and your design for your web page. So now let's talk about the animation property values that you can input to this animation property. So I will just remove this for now, or let me comment it out and click save so this box doesn't move anymore. The first property that you can have is the animation name, like this, and you can say for example this bounce here, you can put this on the name. Now the second is the animation duration, like this, and you can say 2 seconds like I've put it right here. And also we have animation timing function, which can be is in or is out or is in out, that I have chosen right here for example. Now we have the animation delay, and this is the how many seconds you want to delay this animation before starting. So for example let's say 1 second here, like this, and this will add a delay to this animation 1 second, then this animation will start working. So then we have animation iteration count, which is infinite in this case, that makes it run forever. Or you can put some numbers here, for example you can say 2, and this animation will only run twice and then it will stop. So let's leave it 2 in this case. And then animation direction, I will say here for example normal, or you can reverse, so it starts from the end. In this case I have it starting from the left going to the right, then it will start from the right going to the left. That's what this does actually, but let's leave this normal and click save. So right now we have a delay as you saw, and it will run only twice. As you can see it stopped now. So for example if I just say 3 here, and let's give a delay of actually 2 seconds here and click save. So now I just clicked save, it hasn't started yet. 2 seconds passed, this is the second time, now this is the third time, and as you can see it stopped because I said it to run 3 times. So that's how it works. Also you can change this, for example you can just leave it easy like this and click save. Now we wait 2 seconds, as you can see it starts directly, then it goes slowly at the end. That's what this is does, and it made this iteration count 3 times. Now it stopped. If you want it infinite, you can just say infinite here like this, and it will run forever after 2 seconds delay. So that's one, that's the second time, third time, and so on. It will continue running because we have said here infinite. So these are the animation properties that you can give, but you can put it also in a shorter way, like I've done here. For example, I have put it the name of the animation here, the 2 seconds duration, timing function, also this infinite count. You can put also the delay, like I showed you before. For example, animation, here it shows all of these properties that you can give. The first one is name, then duration, timing function is the third one, then we add the delay. For example, here I didn't add the delay, I just said infinite, and that actually worked. You don't need to input all of these fields here for the animation. These are just enough. You just input the name of the animation, how many seconds you want for the animations to run, and also this timing function, and also the iteration count, which can be infinite, or you can put some numbers, whatever it is. For example, you want only one time to happen, and you can just input the number 1 here. Then is the direction, which in this case I put it to normal. Now this animation direction also, for example, you can say here alternate like this and click save. So this alternate actually just plays the animation forward, then backward, then forward again, back and forth basically. And this looks much more natural than just replaying from the start each time. So now let's talk about this fill mode, which is the last value that we can give to this animation. So I will create another animation here. Let's say keyframes like this, and let's say fade in, and I will say from opacity, I will make this 0 from the starting point, and then 2, I will make opacity 1 like this, and I will put this fade in here. I will also remove the delay, I will make it 0 seconds. I will just say animation direction normal here, and I will just say animation fill mode like this. You can put backwards, forwards, or both. So in order to see actually what these forwards and backwards do, in this case I have to give this box actually a default value of opacity, and I will just say here 0. So by default this box now is invisible because I said opacity 0. In this case, if I put this animation fill mode forwards, it will start from the starting point and it will leave this box visible at the end. So for example, let me click save, and as you can see, from invisible now become visible and stayed visible in the end, even though the opacity of the box is 0. But let's see what happens if I say backwards here. In this case, this will make it from invisible, it will make it visible, and then it will return to the starting point. So for example, if I click save here, now from invisible, as you can see, became visible, and now it went again invisible. It returned to the starting point, which was 0. So that's the usage of these forwards and backwards to this animation fill mode. So now let's just look at a practical example. As you can see, I have a div here with this class spinner, and to this spinner class I have given some width and height, and also a border 4 pixels solid gray, as you can see. So basically I have given almost white color, so you don't see the other part of this spinner, and I just said for the border top color I've given this green color here, so you can see only the top border, and I've made this border radius 50%, so in order to make it a circle, and I've given an animation here calling it spin. 1 second is the time that will take to run. Also this is the timing function, which is linear in this case, and also I want it to run infinitely. Also here I have defined this spin animation, and I have said to just rotate it 360 degrees. So if I click save, as you can see, now it rotates, and it rotates without ending. In order to see the other part, for example, of this spinner, I will just change this color from white, I will make it black like this, and click save. So as you can see, now it looks just like this green part moves all around this spinner, but in this case actually the whole circle it rotates, but just because of giving this border top color another color, it looks like only this top border it moves like this. So you can build whatever animation that you want with this kind of ways by just using this animation and defining the animation right here. And in this case, for the spinner I've just said linear because I want it to run in a constant speed, not for example ease in or ease out to run and then stop, but also you can do it. Of course you can say ease in out, and as you can see it goes like this. Also some spinners lately you will see using it like this, but I just chose linear so it looks normal, not like this. But that depends on you, of course. So now let's look at another example. As you can see, I have a div with a class box here, and to this box I have applied some margin in order to move it a little bit from the top and from the left, some width and height, and also this color. Now here to the animation I have defined a name called pulse. The time of the animation, it will take 2 seconds to run, and also this is the timing function is out, and I want it to run infinitely. So here I have created this pulse animation, and from the 0%, which is the starting point, I have left the scale 1, which is the default of the box, and that's 50 pixels width and 50 pixels height, and opacity 1, so it's fully visible in the beginning. Then on the 50% of the animation I want the opacity to reduce to half of that, and then in the end I want to scale it a little bit, so I have just said here 1.2, and I have made it invisible in the end. So as you can see right now, let me make it a little bit bigger so you can see it, 150 pixels, and click save. So as you can see, it starts with the normal sizes that I have given here, then suddenly it just scales a little bit, but also it goes invisible in the end. So that's how you can create a pulse animation, and you can make this also faster. For example, if you want it faster, you can say 1 second and it will run faster, it will look more like a pulsar like this. So you can experiment and do whatever you want with it. Now another thing that you can do, for example, what happens if you input the mouse here and you want to stop this animation from running. So in order to do that, you will just say here animation, and you will just say here play state. In the starting point you have it running, so if I click save here it will keep running. But what happens if I want to stop this on hover? So I will just say here box like this, and I will just say hover, and I will just say animation play state. I will just make it post like this and click save. So now when I put my mouse inside I can stop the animation. As you can see I can stop it, and if I let the mouse out the animation continues running. So whenever I want to stop it I put my mouse here, and for example let's say there is some text here but it goes away. So in order to stop that I just input my mouse, I read the text and then let it go. So let's make a quick recap on the difference when to use transitions and when to use animations. We need to use transitions for simple state changes like hover effects on buttons for example, and we can use animations for complex and multi-step motion or anything that runs continuously, for example like spinners or bounces or pulses like I've showed you here. And that's all I had to show you about animations. In this video we're going to cover the CSS variables, a way to store values once and reuse them throughout your entire style sheet, making your CSS more maintainable and flexible. So basically variables in CSS are exactly just like the variables in any programming language, I would say, but you just use them here on the CSS file. So let's look at that. Firstly, as you can see I have a box here with this h2 tag and also a button saying click me. So what are CSS variables? CSS variables also are called custom properties that lets you define a value in one place, then reference it everywhere else, whenever you need it. If you need to change it, for example, you don't need to change that value in everything that you have used. For example, if I have defined a color for this hello there text, and also I want the same color for this click me text here on the button, if I want the same color of them, I just can create a variable, give that color to that variable and use then that variable for both. So in order to define variables you will just say here at the top of the style.css this colon, and then you would say root like this and also open these curly braces. Now here for example let's say two dashes like this, and I will just define a primary color like this, and I will just say primary color, and then I will give a color to this primary color value. So for example let's say blue in this case, and as you can see I have given a color to this variable. So now this is a variable. I can use this variable wherever I want for these things that I have on my website. So for example I can use it here on this box. I can give this box some width and height. Firstly let's give 100 pixels width and also some height. Let's make it 300 pixels, actually with 200 pixels, and I can use this primary color variable as a background color for this box. I will just say here variable like this, so I need to define this. I can't just say here primary like this, it won't work. So I will just say here variable like this, and as you can see it suggests the only variable that I have for now. So I just click on that and click save. So as you can see now I have given a background color to this box. So what happens for example if I want to have another box just like this one, but I will just copy that and change the content. So let's say here for example we have a paragraph like this saying hello there. This is another box like this, and I will change the class to this box. Let's say box2 here and click save. So now to this box2 also for example I can give the same background color. If I want these two boxes to have the same background color, I will just type it variable like this, and I will just say primary color. I will just say color white here real quick so you can see it. So as you can see now I have two boxes with the same background color. But what happens for example if I have too many boxes here or too many things on my page and I want to change all the colors for them which are the same? So in order to do that I would change one by one the background colors of them. But in order to save time for me and actually to make the code look better, I just use this primary color variable, and if I want to change this I would just say here green for example and click save. So as you can see now I have changed with only one change here. I have changed the color of both of them, and you can define as many variables as you want. Here for example you can say text color like this, and you can define it by default, for example, to be black, and you can use it here as a color property. You can give a variable and you can say text color like this. Also, you can put this right here, and as you can see right now, the text is black in this case, right here and right here. But what happens, for example, if I want the text to be red, let's say? So as you can see now, the text is red right here and right here. Also, I have this button here, but for example, for the button, I can just say here button like this and use also the same color for the button as a text color and click save. So right now also the button has the same color. What happens if later I want to change this? I can just come here and change it. I can make it, for example, this purple color and click save. So all of them now become purple, as you can see. So that's basically the usage of these variables that you can use to the CSS code. You can have as many objects that share the same style, and you can change them by just changing one variable here to apply to all of the elements that share the same variable. Now notice I have these double dashes here, and this tells the CSS that this is the custom property. So this is a property that we have created. It's not a default property like width or height or the properties that CSS has by default. So for example, let's see something interesting. So let's define another variable here, and let's say, for example, like this. I will say btn color, and I will give color to this btn. So for example, let's make it purple like this, and let's change this text color to another color. Actually, let's make it red so they don't look similar, and click save. So right now the text is this orange color. Now I have defined a btn color here. So this button actually here is inside this box here. If you can see it here, as you can see now we have this box and we have a button inside this box. Now inside this box here I can write again the same thing that I wrote here. So for example, I can say btn color like this, and I can give another color. So for example, let's make it blue in this case. So basically this box just overwrites this variable here. From purple, now it makes it blue. So this button that was, for example, let me move it a little bit here so you don't confuse it with this box too. Actually, let's remove this box too for now. We don't need it, this paragraph. As you can see now we have this button inside this box here. So if I want to give a background color to this button, for example, I will just say variable and I will take this btn color. So if I click save now, as you can see, the background of the button is blue right now. It's not anymore purple like I have defined it here, because here in this box I have overridden this purple color. But that happens only inside this box. So for example, if I have another button here in this box 2, and let's say click me box 2 button like this and click save. So as you can see now I have a button here, but this button, the background color is purple. The button which is inside this box, it takes this color here that I have defined inside the box, while the other button, it takes the global variable style, which is this purple color here. So this is incredibly powerful for creating theme variations. For example, you can create the dark mode or white mode with these things, and that's how you can overwrite a variable that you have defined here in the beginning of the style.css. So for example, for some box, if you want to change its behavior for a variable, you can just write it here, and all the elements that are inside this box will get this style that you just redefined right here. And it's good to know that there is a standard naming pattern for variables. You just write this double dash at the beginning and then the lowercase with hyphens between words. So this naming pattern makes it immediately clear what each variable is used for, because like this is readable and organized. So you just give a name here and then you use that name and you know what's that for. Now another thing that you can do is, for example, you can write here font size like this, and you can say, let's say for example 20 pixels, and then to this button, for example, you can say like this font size, and you can use that variable font size. So for example, if I click save right now, as you can see, the font becomes bigger. But one other thing that you can do is that you can use calculation, for example, in order to calculate a font size or a padding or a margin. It doesn't matter. For example, you can say here calculate like this. You take this var font size put it here inside the calculation. And for example, if you wanted 40 pixels here, you can just say font size times 2 like this and click save. So as you can see now, this is 2 times this 20 pixels. So you can use this for margins or something like that. It depends on what you want to use it. But it's good to know that you can do this. You can multiply the variables like this. You can also put a fallback value. For example, if you want to give a background color, which in this case for this box is a green color, but you can also say here, for example, if this variable it doesn't work or it doesn't exist here on the root, you can give another color here. So for example, you can say here, let's make this red again, and right now if I click save, this will still be green. But what happens if this variable doesn't exist anymore? So this now looks firstly for this primary color. If it doesn't exist, it falls back to this red color. So as you can see now, it becomes red because this primary color, it's not anymore in the style.css. So now let's look at a practical example. As you can see here, I have this div with a class card saying content, as you can see it on the screen. So here I have defined some variables. I have given a background color of white, which is the default behavior right now. The text color also it's black, as it is right now, and also a border color, this light gray, as you can see it for the content. Now to this body I have given a class here dark mode. So for example, here I have redefined these variables. Again, I have used the same variables, so here I just override these values. For example, for the background color, now I make it black. The text color I make it white, so in order to be visible in the black background, and also a border color I make it a little bit more gray than it is. So for the body, for now I have used this background color, which is by default this one here, and also the color for the text color. To this card I have used again the background color, or also the border color that I've defined here, and I've given some padding. Now look what happens if to this body I also add this class. So what this does here is that if it's a body and it has this class, it will apply this style here. It will override these variables here. So for example, if I just add this dark mode to the body right here with a class dark mode and click save, so right now as you can see, the background becomes black because this overrides this background color here. Also the text now becomes white, and this border becomes a little bit more gray than it was. Now as you can see, this card, for example, which had the background color white, in this case now it's black even for the card, inside the card. And you might be asking why, because we applied this change only to the body. But since this card is inside the body, all the things that are inside this body with the class dark mode will take the changes that are defined here to the body.dark mode. This is just like the example that I showed you before, that all the things inside the class that we apply the changes, they will take the style that we redefine, like I've done here. This is very important because it doesn't need to update 100 CSS rules. You just change the variable values at the top, and this is how most websites handle the theme switching, but they just use JavaScript in order to add or remove this class dark mode to the body. And that is all about variables. In this video, we're going to cover media queries and responsive design, how to make your websites adapt and look great on any device, from tiny fonts to massive desktops. So here, as you can see, I have a box saying hello there, and on the style.css I have given some width, height, and also a background color, almost gray color. So now here I have defined this media query here, and I have given a condition saying max width 500 pixels. Then I have captured this class again, and I have changed the background color from this color here to aqua, and the color of the text from black, which is the default behavior, to white. Now this rule here, max width 500 pixels, it says that if the screen here, if the browser is 500 pixels wide or smaller than that, we apply this style. So in this case, this screen, it's not smaller than 500 pixels, it's actually bigger than that. It can be like 700 pixels or 800 pixels, something like that. That's why it stays in the default behavior. But the moment it reaches this condition, then the background color, it will become aqua, and the text color, it will will become white. So let me show you that. So for example, if I try to make this smaller, as you can see here is almost 500 pixels, and see what happens. The background becomes blue and also the text becomes white. So that's what this max width value gives in this case. The moment screen becomes wider, it changes back to the default behavior. So any style inside here applies only if this condition is met. Now there is one other thing that you can do. For example, you don't say max width here, but you say min width, like this. Let's click save. So in this case is the other way around. So this rule here says if the window is bigger than 500 pixels, then apply this style. So in this case, this window is bigger than 500 pixels. That's why it applied these styles. But let's try to make this smaller. If I make this smaller than 500 pixels, now it switches back to the default behavior, as you can see. So this min width is the other way around of the max width. That's what they do basically. So now let's just look at the common breakpoints. Breakpoints are the width where your design changes. There is no official standard, but these are the common breakpoints most developers use. These are just guidelines and you can adjust them based on your actual design. Some sites actually use different breakpoints entirely, but for example, for mobile phones, you can use this max width 480 pixels. So this will change style depending on this width. So if the width of the screen is less than this value here, it will apply some style. And remember, I said less because I have this max width. And also for tablets, you have this a little bit bigger screen, 768 pixels. For small laptops, you have this breakpoint here, and for large desktops, you have this here. But as I said, you can adjust them depending on your style, how you want to design and make your website responsive. That depends entirely on you. For example, if you had an animation here that runs on the big desktop screen, for example, if you reach to this breakpoint here, which is for mobile, for that box, for example, you can say box here and you can disable the animation by just saying animation none and click save. So for example, if this box had an animation which moved or rotating or something like that, if it reaches this screen, for example, in this case it's a mobile because it's a small screen, like this, for example, it will be a smaller screen. In that case, that animation would stop because we just said here animation none. So that's how you can change the behavior of the website depending on the width of the screen. And the width of the screen meaning that you just have different devices like desktop, mobile, tablets, and so on. So now let's look at a practical example. For example, as you can see here, I have this nav bar and it shows only the logo right here. The links are not shown here, as you can see, because I have said here in the starting point, I say here nav links display none and list style none. So with this display none, I just have removed those links from the layout. But here on the media, I just say when the screen is larger than this point here, then the nav links would just have this display flex, so it will change from display none, they will be shown in the browser, and also we just give some space. So the moment I make this window bigger than this value here, then in that case the links will be shown. So once I reach that point, as you can see now, I can see the links. This is for mobile first styling, because there are two ways to style a web page. You think of the mobile first, or you can think of the desktop first. If you think of the mobile first, for example, like we have the screen right here, let's suppose this is a mobile screen. So in the mobile, for example, I don't want those links. I can just put an icon here, for example, that I can click and make those links appear here. But I'm not doing that right now because it needs some JavaScript code. And I'm just giving you an idea. So when I try to style the website for mobile first, I will just hide firstly those links, and then I will just say here min width. So this is for the tablet and up. That means, for example, for desktop or larger screens, and I say here min width. That means when the screen becomes larger than this value here, then we show the links. We just give them display flex and so on. What happens, for example, if I want for desktop first? If I want to style my website firstly for desktop and then I will think about the mobile. So if I just do this, I will just say here max like this, and I will just put this this right here, and I will take this out and put it right here. So right now, as you can see, for example, for the desktop point, I have these values here, but the moment I make the window smaller, as you can see, when it reaches this point, the links go away. Remember, if you just choose to go with desktop first, you make the links visible at the starting point. Then, if it reaches a smaller width, then you can just make those links go away. But if you want the mobile first, then you wanna hide the links first for the mobile, and then you just say here min width. So if it goes larger than this, then you just show the links. So I hope that makes sense. And the one thing to know is that it's good to test your media queries on real devices, not just browser resize like this. And also it's good to use relative units like REM for fonts, for example, and percentages instead of pixels whenever it's possible, because they scale better with screen size. And also remember to include always this line of the viewport saying content width equal device width and initial scale 1.0, because this is very important for the mobile devices in order to define the responsiveness of the website. So without this tag, the mobile browsers won't respect your media queries. So that's why it's always important to include this. And that is all about media queries. Congratulations! You made it through the entire CSS full course. That takes real dedication, so you should be proud of yourself. Now you have all the tools you need to build something real, and that can be a portfolio page or a landing page for something that you care about with just HTML and CSS. So take everything you learned here and put it into practice, because that's where the real learning happens. So now what's next? The next logical step is the JavaScript programming language, which will bring interactivity to your websites. JavaScript will be coming soon as a full course here on the channel, and when it drops, I'd love to see you there. If this course helped you, please make sure to subscribe to ArbiX Academy. Every tutorial here is free and there's so much more coming. So thanks for watching, and I will see you in the next video.